friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to the final episode in the Choosing a Full Stack Framework series. If you don't know what this is, I guess we started doing it 2 weeks ago. We attempted to try all of the most popular full stack frameworks. So SvelteKit, Nuxt, Remix, and Next.js. We tried all of them. If you look over on my YouTube channel, I have a playlist where I did try all of them here. And today, first of all, we're going to give some things a second chance. So if you saw whenever I tried SvelteKit, we had a really hard time. We tried using Auth.js, which is a new thing from the people that made NextAuth. And it's compatible with other frameworks, or they're trying to make it compatible with other frameworks besides Next. The first one they did was for SvelteKit, but whenever we tried to implement it, there was an issue with OpenID Connect OAuth providers, so we couldn't get login working. But they have since fixed that issue, so we're going to go back in, update to the latest version of the library, see if we can get it working. And then Nuxt, I can't remember what issue we had with Nuxt, but it was also an auth issue, so we're going to give that a second try. Then we're going to take a step back and just talk about all of them. So what did I like, what did I not like about each one of these? And we're going to pick one, because on Friday we're going to start writing some code. We're going to stop testing things, and we're just going to start writing some code, and if we come across issues, we'll have to fix them, and we're at least stuck with that framework for the next couple of months. That's the plan anyways. But welcome in, everyone. Will I try Lucia Auth? Possibly. We'll see how things are with Nuxt. I can't even remember what went wrong with Nuxt, but I do know someone commented that, yeah, we write code. we do. We don't just spin our wheels talking about what are we going to use. Features Friday is exactly, that's going to be a great name for our Friday show. I'm open to trying Lucia Auth. I think with Remix Auth worked really well. Next Auth worked really well with Next.js. I think Nuxt is potentially the only one where the auth library is in flux, so it might make sense to use something like Lucia Auth. But like with SvelteKit, I think it makes sense to use Auth.js, because while this is experimental and in beta right now, eventually this is going to be the de facto library for doing auth with SvelteKit. So I would prefer to get this working. But yeah, that's what we're going to do today. Welcome in, everybody. I need to post a video, post a link to my latest YouTube video. You should go watch it. It's me solving Fizzbuzz. And I did a TickTok. I did my first ever TickTok, which is a shorter version of the YouTube video that I posted. And I think it turned out all right. Yeah, I'm an influencer now. I posted it on Instagram too. So yeah, go if you are the TikTok kind of person. I realize I'm talking about TikTok like a boomer. The thing is, here's the thing. I opened the app. I just can't. I cannot. I think my main issue with TikTok is I am unable. It's basically, TikTok is like, I have no free will. I have no ability to choose what I want to watch. I can only watch what the algorithm tells me to watch, and I don't like it. At least with YouTube, I feel like I have a little bit of free will. But I know, I understand that there are the majority of people, not majority, younger people are definitely using TikTok as their main media consumption platform. And other short-form video things, like Instagram has recently added like Reels, and they changed their app to only work to show you stuff from the algorithm instead of letting you see stuff. I heard the TikTok algorithm was good, but the issue is you have to train it, right? Yeah, and that's the thing, Saltium. It's like, am I really old man yells at cloud, or do I have specific reasons for not wanting to use this thing? But, you know. So yeah, regardless, I like what I did. So I mean, I'll play the short form video for you, because what I did is I took the code that we wrote, that that we wrote for the longer YouTube video. That's not it. I need to pin this message really quick. Well, that's not it. That's not it. I only see cute girls dancing on my TikTok. It's because you pause on those videos, and TikTok knows it. It knows that whenever it shows you one of those videos, you give the app more engagement. Wait, isn't there an option? Usually an option to pin a message? There we go. No way. Yeah, it's true. It's true. So yeah, go watch my latest YouTube video. But here's the thing. I mean, I understand the short form concept and the short form aspect, because if you don't have time to go watch a 17-minute video, you probably have time to go watch a 1-minute video. So I'm gonna play it really quick. TikTok is banned in India. Wow. I think at some point it might. I don't know if. I don't think the U.S. government could ban it here, but they could figure out a way. I mean, they could make it really hard to get the app. I don't know. But we're not here to talk politics. We're just here to talk about how TikTok just shoves media into your face. And now I'm one more thing that's going to get shoved in your face. So I'll play this short form video for you, and then we'll move on. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Daily Programmer episode 0, where we're going to be solving Fizzbuzz. So this is a classic children's game, but also interview question, where you're counting and 5, you say buzz. If it's a multiple of both, you say Fizzbuzz. I rate this as a beginner problem because if you know iteration, conditions, and modulus, and string manipulation, you can solve this problem. You can't hear me. Here, you can hear me now. Okay, so first of all, check out my TikTok thumbnail game, right? Well, what I found out was, well, I spent like an hour yesterday just like figuring out the app, because it's not like anything I've used before. So that definitely did make me feel old, but I just reminded myself that the reason I am good at technology is because I learn things, right? Like I use them until I know how to use them, and that's basically the same scenario with TikTok. But basically, when you upload a video, you can't choose a custom thumbnail. The thumbnail has to come from the video itself. Also, after you upload a video, you can't change the title. So your title and your hashtags need to be set when you upload the video. Very similar to Twitter. So it's kind of like a merging of like Twitter and like YouTube or whatever. So I figured that out. I basically uploaded the video like 3 times privately to figure out how the app actually worked. But my trick was, when I uploaded to TikTok, I put in a 1-second frame at the end of the video, so that way I could choose it as the thumbnail. Because this doesn't actually happen in the video. It's just a 1-second clip at the end. Chisel it into stone, mail it to Google. Exactly right. So yeah, I figured it out, and then the other thing I figured out that wasn't TikTok, but what I'm also realizing is on these short form video platforms, it's good to have subtitles, because people will maybe see the thing is, like, when you load the page, like it's like it starts automatically playing. And as you can see, I have subtitles, so that if it's automatically playing, you don't miss anything, because my content is very wordy, right? Like, it's not visual as much. You have to know what I'm saying. So I added those subtitles. I'll talk about how I did that later. But regardless, here you go. Coding Garden's first TikTok. Here it is. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Daily Programmer episode 0, where we're going to be solving Fizzbuzz. So this is a classic children's game, but also interview question where you're counting, and as you're counting, if a number is a multiple of 3, you say fizz. If it's a multiple of 5, you say buzz. If it's a multiple of both, you say fizzbuzz. I rate this as a beginner problem because if you know iteration, conditions, and modulus, and string manipulation, you can solve this problem. To solve it, we'll have a function called fizzbuzz that takes in. We'll have a results array to store everything. We'll have a for loop that goes from 1 up to and including the number itself that we're going to. We'll increment by 1 on each iteration. For each iteration, we have a result variable. If the current value is divisible by 3, we add fizz onto it. If it's divisible by 5, we add buzz. This satisfies the condition where it's evenly divisible by both. And then if there was a result, meaning it was divisible by 3 or 5, we push that into the results array. Otherwise, we push the value itself. And finally, we return the results array. If this was interesting to you, check out the longer video where I solve this in other ways and also talk with Twitch chat on the best ways to solve this. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Daily Programmer episode 0, where we're going to be solving Fizzbuzz. So this is a classic children's game, but also... And then it just keeps going. It just keeps looping. TikTok just keeps looping. Oh, thank you, Salty. It's so TikTok-y. Yeah, so that was one of the things. You'll notice there's not a single breath. There's not a single I literally had to cut out all of those to get it 60 seconds. It's a like a 59 second and it's a 59.59 second long video. Yeah, but I uploaded the same video to Instagram, and look, Instagram does a similar thing where like you can choose a frame from the video. 39 out of 40 views are from looping, maybe, probably. Yeah, and exactly. Ghana has a good point. With short form videos, I've noticed that first second decides if the people want to watch it or not. That's the thing I thought about after I got, because like it probably took me an hour to like. It's because I did like 4 takes. I actually picked the 3rd take because it was the easiest one to edit down to 60 seconds. But then after that, I thought about, well, you want to hook them in like the first few seconds. I don't know. Yeah, I've looked at Descript before. It costs money after a certain amount of time. The thing is, like, I'm looking for tools that I can use that like don't cost money. Obviously, you could support that company. You could pay for their tools. I think they give you a number of free credits every month. But the way I edit in DaVinci Resolve, it's about the same. Because like I do things. So I've tried Descript before. I think Descript is really good if you're the kind of if you're making the kind of videos where if you do like a verbal flub, you do a full retake. I don't do that. I try to do everything in a single take, and even if I have verbal flubs, I'll maybe only repeat like 1 or 2 words. And Descript isn't as good at that. But I use DaVinci Resolve. You could do the same thing in like Premiere Pro, whatever video editing software. I'm really just looking at the audio waveform, and I can see breaks. I know what the wave for looks like. I say a lot. I need to stop saying and I said it. Oh, I'm not verbally gifted either. I want minimal effort. So I'm gonna do my best to not say for like the next 5 minutes. That wasn't on purpose. If you look at my 2 most recent YouTube videos, these were not edited at all. We took I cut from when I started to when I ended. I didn't have to go in and edit out ums or silence or do any sort of retakes or edit out any verbal flubs. This was literally taken from the live stream, cut. I put a intro animation and an outro animation, uploaded to YouTube. Minimal effort. Same thing with the Daily Programmer Fizzbuzz video. So both of those videos, 0 editing. Here's the thing to look at. This video with 0 editing has as many views as this video, which has like 10 hours of editing, which was posted 2 weeks ago. Now, obviously, you could say the topic is more interesting and relevant. Like, people care about news more than they care about, like, watching me build a thing. But this is insane to see. Like, I literally, I probably put 10 hours of editing into this video. I went a while without saying That was my first Whereas this one, 0 editing. I literally just cut it, uploaded it, same amount of views. So I'm going to put a sign on my camera that says don't say Give me a second. My lowest effort content has the most amount of views. I'm not salty. Well, that's the thing is like I'm trying to embrace it, right? Like I want to do the minimal amount of effort to get this to get a similar amount of engagement. Write it down. Well, obviously I notice it more because I'm the one that made the video. Like my wife, she watched these videos and she didn't even notice it. I was like, did you see how much I said She was like, I didn't even notice. But I want to get better at it because both the news video and the Fizzbuzz video, I say way too much. To get more people to watch, I say. All right. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. My name is CJ. Why did that autoplay? I didn't. Maybe I touched the spacebar with my tummy. Okay. All of that to say, my new content strategy is to do a minimal amount of editing. The only editing I'm going to do is for short form video on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube Shorts, because that's maybe an hour of editing because the videos aren't going to be any longer than 60 seconds. So, yeah. And I think that's the other thing is, like, I guess if the editing process was completely automated, like if I could just feed the video into an AI that would detect ums and silences perfectly, great. But the issue is it's not perfect yet. So, I don't know. Look at that. I doubled my views. I said okay, I'm gonna stop stopping myself from saying but it is in my mind that I'm gonna try to stop saying To is human. Yeah, but I think that's like the main difference people would notice from my completely unedited videos versus what I'm competing against, right? Because what I'm competing against on YouTube are people that write scripts and edit their videos, which means the thing that they present to YouTube is going to seem more perfect than mine. And the issue is not everyone knows that my things are unedited, right? People that are new to my content treat my content like everyone else's content. So I need to build an counter. I need to be able to create content in a single take with no edits that's on par with people that write scripts and people that edit. That's really my goal. That's my goal. Go follow on Instagram. And to tell you what I use to automatically do subtitles is this. So Whisper is from OpenAI, the same people that did DALL-E and ChatGPT, but it's completely open source. You can run this locally with Python. They have a model you can download locally, automatically extract subtitles. It is perfect. Like the subtitles it created were better than the auto subtitles from YouTube. So I used this, and I went in and tweaked it so that the length of the sentences were like 2 or 3 words, so it fits better on a TickTok. And then I just dragged the subtitle file into DaVinci Resolve. Done. No further editing required. Yeah. Yeah, it's true, Yash, but I think my point kind of still stands that people don't realize what I'm doing. Like, even when I was doing the Daily Programmer on Monday, when I hid the Twitch chat, when I opened the Twitch chat, there were like 10 new people in the chat that I hadn't seen before, and all of them were like, oh, we can edit it in post. Or like, or are you going to do that again? You messed up. Like, I know that I do that, but people don't know that I do that. I think, yeah, and I think this is the solution. Instead of saying I just need to pause. I need to pause with no verbal output, which will cause me to sound, it will make me look more thoughtful. Right? Yeah. I think I feel the same way, Real Droid, but I think it's also subconscious, right? Like, people are so used to a certain level of effort and a certain type of media on YouTube that I'm really up against some stuff. Yeah, so I found a Python, that's how I found Whisper. There's a Python script that auto-added subtitles. If you look, I wanted to use the coding garden. It's not the coding garden font. It's essentially Futura Bold or Glacial Indifference Bold, but this is my branding to use that font. So my subtitles are in that font. Yeah. Well, thanks, Andreas. I think it's also that it's like, I'm okay with making mistakes and leaving those in the video because it also like humanizes me. So good for English and Portuguese. Nice. Oh, thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that. Tech is making CJ lazy. Yeah, we're gonna retry auth.js for Svelte. Yeah, I believe it, Eagle V. ChatGPT is good. String replace? In one of my video previews, I messed up. Oh, what do you mean? So, right, like you made a comment at the fact that I messed up, but I just kept going? Is that what you're saying? Branding game level. Yeah, branding. I chose a font. I think that's a joke from The Office. Like, we need new branding, so basically we need to choose a new font. What's up, Farshid? Welcome in. All right, let's say hi to everyone. Well, thank you. Well, welcome in, everybody. Thank you for listening to me talk about all this weird stuff. Let's say hi, and then we're going to get into SvelteKit. That was my first in a while, I'm pretty sure. But we're going to get into using SvelteKit. We're going to use auth.js, this tab that I just closed, because it's been updated since then, so it should work. Yeah, we got the Coding Garden green. We got the Coding Garden font. I think if you look, so if you look at my website, this is Glacial Indifference, which is a open and free version of like Futura Bold. So. Oh, good call, Ryan. Well, no, okay, so there was one thing I said, which was the YouTube Coding Garden Archive YouTube channel has all of the VODs from 2022 because I started uploading in 2022 to the archive channel. That's what I think that's the comment. But I actually did make a mistake. I totally forgot about this. So yesterday when I published my news video, this one, Programming and Tech News, the title had 2022, the thumbnail had 2022, and the description had 2022. So I did make a mistake on this one. I did have to fix that one. I can't believe that. Like, nobody, I think there was one comment that mentioned it. Nobody else noticed. But it's true, Dr. Thu. I mean, that is people's job to be like a branding consultant, to choose a good color, to choose a good font. All right, but let's say hi to everybody. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you. If you'd like to say hello to you, you can say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi-yo, vohayo, or boga hey. Say any one of those things. I will acknowledge you. Let's go. Hey there, Crom. All right, we're going to go back in time. America 2050, first in the chat. How's it going? Hello. What's up, Timon and Poblip and the Shebas? Hello. What's up, Clicky Poo and Ghana and Razorson and Unknown and Salty Ohm and Tufox? Hello, Meth and Shirkum and Salahuddin. What's up, Arjeet and Potato is Grizzin? Hello, Overnerd and Chief Mustardo and DS Legends. Hello, Oscar and Pablo and Mihai Andre. What's up, Mazabrazer and Zelino and Damon. Hello, Zeph and Kita7, and hello, Turkler Burrata, and Coding Garden Fan, and DB16, and Crypod, and Andreas, and hello, Just 7 Stars. You're finally here when I'm live. That's awesome. Welcome. What's up, Saladin, and Origin. Hello, Yash, and Farshid, and Dr. Thu, and Statny, and Crom, and I Program for Food. What's up, Prawin, and Niraj, and Budlanji, and Alex. What's up, Sequel Gordster. Do I still need to add you as a mod on Discord, Sequel Gordster? I think I do, because I remember looking and you're not even a VIP. I'll try to take care of that today. What's up, Aerodynamic Fetus, and Part-Time Married, and Falco, and Nomi, and Veeb. Welcome in, everybody. Glad to see you. And thank you, Mike the Tree Climber. Yeah, and so after we do all of the choosing a full stack framework stuff today, we're actually going to record 2 episodes of Daily Programmer to upload tomorrow and Friday. So. And what's up, Hansi from Tunisia? That's awesome. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. And thanks for all the supports. We got Arjit with the 6 months, Clarkio with the 30 months. Shouts out to our friend Clarkio. Go check them out. And Revolt, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Ryan says, I'm excited for today. Still deciding on SvelteKit or Nuxt. Cool. Ryan, you made a comment about how the bug I had with Nuxt auth, I think, is fixed now. What was that in reference to? Because I completely forgot. Is it like, was it the Sidebase auth library or was it the other auth library? Which one? Because whichever one it was, I'm going to try to use that one today. But we're going to do SvelteKit first. That's the plan anyways. So this is where we are right now. It's the Sidebase one? Okay. I think the thing is I eventually got it working. I don't know what I did to get it working, but I eventually did get it working. If you look at my rating for Nuxt, this is specifically with Sidebase auth. I gave it a 4 out of 10 because it took us a really long time to integrate. SvelteKit got a 0 out of 10 on auth because auth.js was just broken when we tried it. But here we go. This is the last episode, Codex, but welcome in. Glad to have you. Last one because we're gonna give things a second try, and then we're gonna recap all of our findings. And I think my recap will probably make for a good YouTube video. So I'll probably spend a solid amount of time creating like a pros and cons list for everything. Yeah, you're right. And I mean, I have reiterated multiple times that like ultimately we are rating the libraries in the ecosystem. We're not really even rating the thing itself because there's so much more to these frameworks. Like we haven't talked about like the server-side rendering aspect. We've only scratched the surface of data loading in SvelteKit and in Nuxt. There's a lot of things we haven't done that are specific to each of those frameworks. But right now we're really just on the outside looking in at like the ecosystem and frameworks. Yeah. So for the Friday project, if you look on dev.to, I've been posting my my mailing list as a blog post. And right here, I give a description of what we're going to be doing for the Friday project. So go read that, like that, sign up for the mailing list. Yeah. Haven't implemented login. Yeah. You're right. It is SvelteKit 1.0. You're totally right. Did I have that? SvelteKit 1.0. Good call. We're just doing a full stack JS, so no Laravel. Yes, most apps are lists of lists, and you can't tell me otherwise. I know we don't necessarily think about them that way, but like I've built a lot of apps for companies as a consultant, and it's just lists of things. I mean, at the base level, you have CRUD, create, read, update, delete, right? But create, read, update, delete of individual entities can only go so far. So you go one step beyond that, and now it's create, read, update, delete of entities that themselves are lists of other things, and then you're create, read, updating, and deleting those entities in the list. I don't know. Yeah, Codex has it too. Networking, storage, machine learning. It's just lists. It's all just lists. Yeah, even entropy chat. Think about this. So in Discord, a channel is a list of messages. You have a list of online users in that channel. A server has a list of channels. Discord itself has a list of servers. Twitch is a list of Twitch, currently live Twitch streams. It's a list of Twitch streamers. Each Twitch streamer has Twitch VODs. It's all just lists. And it actually wasn't just lists. I mean, it's all lists. I mean, even like this, so the chat here is technically IRC. It's like IRC that gets like backed up into a database and then it's available over the GraphQL API. But initially, the messages in IRC are just lists of messages. Yeah, and then a video is a list of individual pictures. A picture is a list of pixels. It's all lists. I'm telling you, it's all lists. Okay, let's get into this. So, I feel like that was my first in a while. I think I'm doing good. We need to install dependencies. So, just to give you a tour of what we did here, basically we have this Prisma library. So we have one little bitty library here. Wait, do I not have font size shortcuts? I do, okay. 11 So are you counting Razorson? As a Lisp guide, I agree. Yeah, I mean, and then like Lisp embraces it, right? Because everything is a list in the programming language itself, right? Okay, so we're using a monorepo. We're using turbo repo monorepo, and this is one little package in our monorepo that gives us access to our database. So if you look at our Prisma schema, we have it set up with the default schema for next auth, because if you go to the next auth documentation and you look at database adapters, so if I go databases and then using a database adapter, and look at Prisma, this gives you the schema you need so that auth.js can just integrate with that database instantly. So we took this schema, we put it in here, and then we also added, I think, like, what did we call them? Items? Yeah, so users can have items. Again, it's just a list of things. And I just called it item because it's super generic. I do need to install the Prisma extension so we can get syntax highlighting in here. So now that I have that extension, nice, it syntax highlights this. So this is a schema language specific to Prisma, but now that I have this set up, each of the apps that was using a next auth variant can use this same database. So we have that database set up. We have a single entry point that exports an instance of the Prisma client. And now we can use that in our other library. So I'm going to install dependencies here, so that will get the Prisma dependency. I tried Directus once, but the issue I have with it is if I have a 4-hour live stream that I'm trying to edit down, takes forever to upload, takes forever to generate the subtitles. And then after a while, the UI got really laggy because I had such a long video. And then I was also realizing doing text-based editing when I'm also pointing to stuff on my screen isn't the best, because there are visual cues where when there's silence, there actually needs to be silence because I'm doing things like... And so with Directus, if I edit that out, then you miss me doing that. So, yeah. I'm using Zish. A lot of stuff's happening I haven't talked about, and I don't want to get derailed, but I've switched to Zish. And I don't have my dot file set up to do the, like, print my full directory path, because I haven't spent the time, have not spent the time to figure that out. Okay, so we got those dependencies. Now, if we go up, in our apps directory, I have all of the examples, right? And right now we're going to deal with SvelteKit. I'm going to install its dependencies. And then we'll try it. I think... Yeah, and I'm using Zish with OhmyZish. Yeah, this is a common vulnerability that's like everywhere right now that hasn't been... has it been fixed? Not the editing software. Is this a CMS? Oh! Never used it. It looks similar to... What's that? Headless CMS? Strappy? It looks like Strappy. Zish sounds as wrong as GIF. What am I supposed to say? ZSH? That's 3 syllables. That's 3 syllables. Okay. We install dependencies here. I'm curious what happens if I just do npm run dev. Zshell, again, that's 2 syllables. ZSH is 3 syllables. Zish is 1 syllable. I'm not paying per syllable. Oh, I am. Prisma client did not initialize yet. That's fine. So let's kill this. We'll go back up to the packages. And then in here, and if I do npx prisma generate, is that it? Yeah, that generates the client that can be used over here. All right. You can see my frustration. I'm done. Okay, I think those things are in the database. Honestly, we can look really quick to see what version got installed of auth.js. That was our main issue last time with Svelte, is we were using auth.js, but there was a bug in OpenID Connect providers. And now that was fixed. So you can see auth core, we have version 1.4. So we have the caret 1.4. If we look in our package lock, why is there no package lock? Does it, I guess because of the mono repo, it goes the directory above it. So if we look in this package lock for auth.js, here it is. Then we can see the version that got installed was 0.1.4. Okay, I forgot about this. So with semantic versioning, if something isn't in version 1 yet, I don't think it will automatically install like 0.6 or 0.7. So if we go look at the current version of auth.js core, or is it just auth core? Auth core. It is currently 0.2.5. They've made some versions since the last time we were here. So this was us 21 days ago, and this is how much they've changed since then. So we want version 0.2.5. So we're going to have to directly install that because they're not at version 1 yet. Basically, you can assume every version bump is like a breaking change. So we will... the package is @auth/core, and then we want 0.2.5? Is that the syntax? Yeah, that did it. So now in our package, well, this is the package. In the package.json, it has 0.2.5. So that should have the latest version now. Auth.js is still experimental, but it is released. You can use it with SvelteKit and Solid right now. Here we go. I love it when packages cheat using at the beginning. Yeah, it's a... Well, here, I said it's a, and then I said it's a... It is a thing for organizations. So @auth has all of the libraries underneath. So you have auth core, auth SvelteKit, auth solid start. I don't know if it actually is an organization though. So if you go to like, oh no, that's not right. But can you do that? I don't know. I thought it was an organization thing. Okay, so we have the latest version. I'm going to hide my screen for a second, double check all of my environment variables. I think I'll probably also wipe my database. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. But at this point, it should just work, because the issue we had last time is the library was basically broken with what we were trying to do. At this point, it should just work. So my .env is set up and good to go. One thing that's real nice about Prisma is they have this thing called Prisma Studio. You can launch that. It'll show you all the data inside of your database. Yeah, so right now we actually have one user in the database, and a user has a session and an account. If I try to delete this user, will it cascade? It cascaded. So if you don't know anything about databases, cascade means when you have a foreign relationship from one table to another. If you delete like the main entity that has foreign relationships elsewhere, if the delete cascades, then that means when I delete the user, it also deletes its session and its account and anything else related. That worked. The database right now is actually SQLite. But do I have it open? I don't have it open anymore. But with Prisma, you can choose your adapter. We just chose SQLite because it was so easy. Yeah, with Prisma, you could potentially ditch pgadmin. This Prisma Studio is pretty sweet. So our database is clean. Let's try to log in. The request app isn't valid. Okay, so I think this was also an issue, honestly. So if you remember, this was the other issue we were having. When we did the redirect, it was missing /API in the URL. And their docs were wrong. So we went to our settings on Google OAuth to remove /API, but it's possible since the update now it's redirecting to /API. Let me hide my screen and see what it's expecting. Now maybe I just need to go update my OAuth client. I'm gonna go double check that in my Google Cloud console, my OAuth settings have the right redirect. Yeah, I hope for you too, Codex. You burn that burnout. I guess. I don't know, that's probably weird to say. Let's see. Okay, so in my OAuth client settings, I had 127.0.0.1 and it's redirecting to localhost instead. Which is fine. I just need to add that. I need to add localhost so it can detect both. Yes, I'm big on this screen. Okay. You need to chill that burnout out. Okay, I've updated the Google Client settings. I click login. Stay positive. Stay positive. Give me a second. Let me debug this a little more. Extinguish the burnout. Yes. Oh, okay. Then that's even another issue because I had two different OAuth clients set up. One was with my personal Gmail account. The other one was with the Coding Garden Gmail account. So I need to go make sure the redirect is good on that one. We'll get there. This is all my fault. This is not SvelteKit's auth. This is not auth.js's fault. I'm just bad at this. So let me... Is this even it? We'll try it. Nest.js is so bad. I mean, I've never used it, but I could imagine. It's a lot, right? Because it's very opinionated, but really comes down to what you're looking for, right? Because if you want a lot of customization and you want to do things your way, then it's probably not going to be good for that. All right, I think I also just need to double check my Google Client secret and Google Client ID. Yeah, because I have this other one, which is... I apparently have 3 different ones. I think this was the fix. In fact, I'm going to try it with you all. Let's see. There we go. Click it. Redirected. There was an error. What was the error? Let's see. This is the exact error we got last time. Let's debug it. Honestly, did I change something since the last time we were in my code base? Let's see. If we look here, this has the business. So we have the SvelteKit auth. We're passing in the Google provider. We have debug set to true, so it's doing a lot of logging for us. So this is the thing that should be fixed in the Shibas. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. Okay. Let me hide my screen. I don't know if this log is going to leak any client IDs or secrets or anything. Let's see. Yeah, so the type is OIDC. I thought this got pushed. Yeah, I think that's the main issue. We need to make sure that we have the latest version of that library and it actually got published to NPM with that fix, because if it didn't get published with that fix, This is supposed to be the de facto auth library. Like, it needs to just work. Okay, but I need to make sure that I'm not the problem first. I need to make sure that we have the right version of everything. So let's do that now. Also, I need to make sure that it actually did get published. So let's go look at them on GitHub. So auth.js. I hate when I'm the problem. I mean, more and more, I think especially because I'm on such a public platform, right? Like, the people that contribute to this library could be watching right now. And I'm not trying to blame anything on them. I need to make sure that I've done everything correctly so that I can integrate with their library in the right way, because the first step is me. The first step is me doing it right. Okay. Yeah, so this got closed. It did get merged in. Like, we saw that this got merged in. And then I made a comment on it because I was like, why are we even doing this? And then I looked closer at their code, and they're actually dependent on this OAuth for Web API library, which does things in a way, and that's actually the one that does the OIDC thing. So this was 2 weeks ago. Auth core has been updated since then. I don't know their deployment strategy though. Like, do they have a do they have a dev branch or something like that? The issue is it's also a mono repo. And this is going to be in here. And if we look at it, 0.2.5. And we know that it's in source lib callback handler. And this just needs to have a check for right here. This is it. This is the fix. Does it support type OIDC? So that's the fix. I guess let's just dive into my node modules and look at what is in there. So if I look in auth core, no, okay, so this is the issue. I have the old version of the library. This is 0.1.4. This could be just me not knowing how to do turbo repo, mono repo stuff. I'm starting from scratch. I'm going to remove all of my node modules. Remove my package lock. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me. I'm the one. All right. We'll go into our SvelteKit app. Remove its node modules. And then the thing is, so because this is set up as a mono repo, when I do an npm install here, it also moves some of the dependencies to the parent. Thank you, JMode. Not really. No, the real droid. Not that I can think of. Alias rm-rf to just yeet the node modules out of here. The other thing I thought of, though, which was actually mentioned in that GitHub issue, here, is they mentioned that the database schema needs to be changed to support it. Is turbo repo any good? I don't think I've used it enough to really even have an opinion on it, because the main reason I'm using it is I have one Prisma client that I want to share with like 5 different backends, 4 different backends. So turbo repo works well enough for that. npm all packages? What? Also, why is this taking so long? What's happening? That makes sense, Bulk. That's an error. So what is 500 centimeters in inches? Actually, I think I have a... That's a 25-inch error. Error 25 inches? I don't know. Okay. I think we're good now. And I'll tell you, 25 inches is 63.5 centimeters. So says this thing. Okay. Client didn't initialize. That makes sense. Because I deleted the node modules in the parent folder, I need to go back into this library, install its dependencies, and then run Prisma generate. Then we can do this. And what I'm expecting is not that. Definitely not that. Let's just double check. Yeah, so node modules did get created up here. Off core is now there, and off core is the latest version. That's good. That's good. Over in our Svelte example, node modules is here. It has temporary dependencies. That's weird. And then this maybe is a new like Vite thing. I don't even know what's going on here. Yeah, hooks server. I probably need to go look at the auth.js docs, right? Because this is throwing the error on line 7 in there, which is where I'm integrating this. Expression is not callable, which means I need to go look at the docs to make sure that I'm importing it right, because they may have changed some things. Guides. Basics. Adapters? Other. How? Here. Yeah, so they moved it 21 days ago. This is how you import it. Now you actually import it this way. They changed that. Okay. And then this now throws an error. Not callable. I think I saw something you need to do like .default or something like that. Let's see if this works, even though it's throwing a TypeScript error. And default, thank you very much for that resub. To be casually expanding node modules. I mean, there's not that much stuff in there. It's easy enough to see the stuff in there. Okay, at least the app loads. Let's see what happens. I'm expecting that we get a database error because the field names don't line up. Everything else should just work. And the letter M, thank you for that Prime sub. Are you new here? You're new here. Appreciate you. Thanks for supporting the coding garden. Okay, things are happening. I don't know if I if I leaked anything just now. Actually, I should double check. Did I leak anything weird? I don't think I could have, because I didn't click accept yet, so there was no auth token yet. DJ McMuffin 420, thank you very much for the Prime. Happy New Year. I'm laughing because in one of my recent videos, you did the drop game. You got right in the center, and I'm in the middle of talking about stuff, and it's just like, DJ McMuffin 420. Okay, it made it way further this time. And we get an adapter error. Unknown arg expires in. Yeah, so this is what I was expecting to happen. Because it has the wrong property. Instead of changing my database schema, I wonder if there's a way that I can intercept it and then and then change the property to expires at. Just remove the file. Well, I would have to change the schema because the data that comes back from the Google OAuth flow has a property in it called expires in. And we need to convert that to a date that is expires at, because expires in is the number of seconds. But how would I do that? Yeah, so, okay, we're doing good. At this point, the library is working. It's just a matter of, okay, maybe I shouldn't say it's working because the database, I guess I can show my screen now. The database schema that we copy pasted from auth.js has this expires at, wait, which is an integer? But Google is responding with expires in. And this is the thing that the person that opened the issue was talking about. Right here, Google was returning expires in versus expires at. So, how can I, in our box, thank you very much for the prime. Let's look at the docs for the Google provider here. There's potentially like a callback function. And Epic, thank you for everybody's with the prime. You're both brand new. Thank you. Welcome to the Coding Garden. Thank you for the support. Appreciate you. This. So you have callbacks, the sign in callback. We need to look at the API to see what other callbacks. Crasty with the resub. Thank you for the 4-month resub as well. Stinko Kenzo with the prime. You're new here too. Where are all you new people coming from? Thank you for the primes. All right. And what's up, Oma? Welcome in. Okay, I think I want to look in the API reference, look at the callbacks option. There specifically is going to be an option in here. What do you mean? Why is there a danger, Oscar? Like in here, the thing is I'm not getting type completion because it already doesn't like this. Shot in the Dark 32, thank you for the prime. Been a while since I made the stream. All these new prime subs reminding me to use mine. I appreciate that, Shot in the Dark. Oh, danger in the code. Yeah, okay, so first of all, I don't know why we're getting this TypeScript error. Like, I mean, this is a function Google, right? So if we go to this definition, it literally exports a function. This is a function that gets exported. And then we are calling it right here, but TypeScript is saying, oh, okay, is not assignable to type provider profile or OIDC config provider profile. Oh, okay, so are the typings in this wrong now? Crasty, thank you for the gift. You're too kind. You're too kind. Oh, good. Yeah, good call, the real droid. We need to. Yeah, let's just do a reload of the window so that it can get the latest node modules. It's still complaining about that. No, I mean I agree, Ryan. Like I think that's the thing. It's just like I want it to just work. I feel like if I start from scratch. The thing is, I don't really have much code, right? I literally just have this hooks.server right here. But yeah, this provider's property looks like it has the wrong TypeScript type. Let's see if anybody has a GitHub issue for it. It's like the code works, but the TypeScript typings aren't correct, at least inside of my editor right now. opened 2 weeks ago. And Delgo Start, thank you for that resub. Appreciate you. 3 months. Until we find a permanent solution, disable TypeScript. Oh, no, this needs to be here. Where does this even go? Here? There we go. There? There we go. Okay. There are some other options. Typically there are. Maybe that's also the issue. So like because this type doesn't return of type profile, then we can't actually pass in any callbacks that modify the data. So like what we're up against right now is we're getting data back from Google after the OAuth flow that has a property expires in. That all just gets passed to the database. And before it gets passed to the database, we need a little interceptor that overwrites that property with expires at instead of expires in. I thought we could do it right here, but maybe it is over here because there's a callbacks section. I don't know what callbacks we have access to. Redirect? Welcome in, Abdul. Glad to have you. Let's look at their docs. We want reference for SvelteKit. Specifically, SvelteKit auth gets the option callbacks. I need documentation on that. Like, what are the possible callbacks that I have access to? Sign in, redirect, session, JWT. Okay, let me talk through my process here. So sign in, it looks like it returns a Boolean. So that's returns true or false whether or not we should sign this user in, right? Redirect returns where should we redirect the login flow to based on the URL and base URL. Session is what value should be returned for the user session. JWT is what value should be returned for the payload in the JSON Web Token. What I don't see here is an interceptor for like before DB insert or like on OAuth callback. Like how can we customize that data before it goes into the database? So I don't think it's callbacks. Anybody that's used NextAuth before or even like Auth.js, let me know if you can find anything in the docs for this. But basically what we want to do is before it gets passed to the database adapter, we want to modify the data that we got back from the OAuth flow. It's going to be in adapters. Okay. And I guess that would mean we would want to do this like here on the Prisma adapter, and maybe there are some options on the Prisma adapter. I guess we could see how the Prisma adapter was written and see if it's like overwritable. It's in the mono repo. Let's see. So adapter Prisma is here. We can see it exports a function that just takes in the client and then returns an object. Find user, link account, get session user, create session. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I think we just customize the adapter and override the function. No, I don't think it's in the Google provider. So, yeah, and so you're right now you're looking at Nuxt auth, which is separate from auth core. So this provider actually isn't the same one used in auth core. They have like this profile thing, but I don't think it's even the profile. Let me show you what I'm thinking. Tell me I'm crazy if you think this is a bad idea. But we could say like our adapter is this, and then adapter dot create user, we override to do the thing. So like this. And then what is P? P is the client. So Prisma client. And then why is this complaining? And data is a adapter user. It's on the hacky side. Yeah, I mean, what I would expect is that like Prisma adapter needs some sort of option. So, but instead of overriding the function, it'd be great if I could pass in some options that were like create user, and I could override what happens there. In my experience with other auth libraries I've used in other ecosystems, they support that. And Sumjos, thank you for that resub. It is supported. This is hacky, but I think this is the only way to do it unless I want to actually modify my my schema. Yeah, because I think this is the user. This is the fix, right? Because right here I can say data dot expires at is data dot expires in, and then delete data dot expires in, something like this. Custom models. Prisma legacy. Yeah, that just maps the model, though. That doesn't map the properties on the model. So we would want create user, update user. Oh, let me confirm, is it the account that has expires at? I need to confirm which model we need to be working with here. Yeah, it's link account. Link account is actually what I want to override. And then here, should be fine. How much can I pay you to set up my auth? Nothing. Do it yourself. Also, I mean, and I say do it yourself because it's a learning process, right? Especially if it's for your capstone. All right. This is gonna work on the first try. Watch me. Watch me. I didn't work. Let me look at the errors really quick. Oh, another account already exists with the same email address. That's a different error, and that's out of my control. Like, why didn't it override? Maybe I need to override one of the other functions. Yeah, I think okay, so I just need to wipe my database because I think there was a sequencing issue where something got inserted, but because of the failure, the other thing didn't get inserted. So really, if I just reset my database, then it might work. Yeah, because there's a user in my database, but there's not an account in my database, and I think that's what confused it. All right, if this doesn't work, I'm done. I'm not gonna be using SvelteKit, or at least I'm not gonna be using auth-core with SvelteKit. We could use SvelteKit with Lucene, whatever the one the Oscar suggested. But let's see. All right, we got an error. Let me look at this. Unknown arg expires in. Okay. Oh, did I do the right thing here? Oh, I did the wrong thing. Yeah, I'm actually not using the adapter right now. So look at my code. What I attempted to do was create an instance of the adapter, override the link account function, and then I need to actually pass that adapter in. I was using the original adapter. So this is the winner. This is gonna work. Watch. Well, it's gonna break now because of the tables. Let me go back to Prisma Studio. So I need to delete this user. Oh, is it expires dash in? Let me also double check that. Thank you, America 2050. No, it's underscore. It's underscore. All right. All right. And okay, not now. Hola, señor CJ. No le vea desde el año pasado. Have a nice stream today. Thanks, okay, not now. Hello, Mr. CJ. I have not watched since last year. Is that what you said? But welcome in. Okay, not now. Glad to have you. You have not been seeing me since last year. Nice. Okay. This is it, everybody. This is the moment of truth. Well, I have one more click to make. It pains me. It pains me. Value of this must be of type crypto. Nope. I'm not fixing that. Okay, give me a second. I need to like clear my console. And then we'll see if I can. I'll look into this library that Oscar mentioned called Lucene Auth or something like that. Yeah, I deleted the user from the DB. Here, let me just look at this error really quick. Oh. Okay, I think it's because I overrode it with an arrow function. I mean, now I'm in the business of trying to like fix this one error, and also just like give some advice to the auth core library. Like, there should be a way to do this without doing it hacky, right? But I think the issue is this actually needs to be a function, and I actually need to bind it to the instance of the adapter. Can't be an arrow function. Wait, can I do that? No. Great. I'll be an auth contributor. Okay, so there's some linter and TypeScript errors, but okay, our database is clean. Where did my app go? Function. Oh yeah, good call, Codex. That's a much better way to write this. Yeah, I think the alternative to doing these hacks are to update my database schema, but the issue is if I update my database schema, then all of the other backends will break because they're dependent on that schema. I think I am terawatt, because if you look in their docs for Prisma adapter, the expires at is an integer. I would think that they would make this a date, right? But well, let's see. Does anybody remember the Vite port? What's V in Elite speak? 2 3 1 7 3. Five one seven three. 5173. Okay, here we go. We log in. We click our user account. We get an error, and it says value of this must be of type crypto. Okay, I've done too many hacks. I'm not gonna. No worries, 2Fox. Thank you for mentioning it. SvelteKit plus auth core. No, I will not use it. It's just too new, and I think obviously, like, I can debug, I can figure things out, but I don't want to have to, right? Like, that library should take care of all of that stuff for me. I shouldn't have to do any weird hacks. It should just work, especially like if you're looking in the documentation, because if you look in the documentation for the Prisma adapter, it tells you this is what it needs. But then if you look in the documentation for the OAuth provider, it doesn't say anything about Google passing back the wrong data, right? And so if I can't override that function, then their library needs to do that internally. And that's actually what the person on that issue earlier, their initial commit made that change too. But then the person was like, oh, we don't want to go, the main contributor was like, oh, we don't want to go changing the schema on everything. So they only fixed that piece. And so then it's up to the developer to change the schema yourself, but it doesn't say how to do that anywhere in the documentation. It doesn't mention that you would have to do that. Yeah, like there's nothing on this page of Google that says you'll need to change the schema for it. So, yeah. Yeah. Right now, auth.js with SvelteKit, it ain't it. It needs work, and that's fine. Like, it's a new library, but it's going to take some time before it's like everything's ironed out. Like, I need to be able to install it as a dependency and just go from there. I shouldn't have to debug someone else's library. Yeah, I guess we could just look at this instead of me implementing it myself, and I can give my opinion on it. Let's do that. Okay, so we're going to switch gears, but just real quick as a recap. Social auth, it increased from a 0 out of 10 to a 2 out of 10, because if I just go and update my database schema, it would work, but I don't want to have to do that. And also the docs don't tell me to do that. So SvelteKit with auth core, 2 out of 10. Now, we're going to take a quick aside and we're going to look at this example that that Oscar made, which is SvelteKit with I keep forgetting the name. Lucia Auth. Now, Lucia Auth is a similar idea of creating a backend agnostic auth library that has various adapters and various integrations. So you add it as a dependency, create a file called Lucia in your server folder in SvelteKit, give it your Prisma client, configure your project. Cool. Do they give you a database schema? They do. Lucia. Yeah, that's how I would pronounce it. It's almost like a Pokemon name. How else would you say it? Lucia? Lucia? So we need a user model. Well, Prisma with SvelteKit works great. Like, actually, you don't need anything extra there. Prisma plus auth core plus SvelteKit, that's where you're going to get issues. Lucia? Transform user data. Yeah, no, exactly. Getting meta about this, about library design and API design. If you don't have something like this, then it requires hacks to get around, right? Like the thing I was doing was where I was just trying to override the function. But if you build this into the API where the user is able to take that data as it comes in from the OAuth, transform it before it goes into the database, that's really all that I'm talking about. And it's literally called transform user data in this Lucia library. Lucia. Okay, so we need a user model and a session model. It's not required if you use the Prisma adapter. Okay, so I'm not going to write this code myself, but let's explore how Oscar did it with SvelteKit and Lucia. So if you look in the Prisma directory and we look at the Prisma schema, we have a user and we have a session. Cool. We got this from the documentation. That would have been easy enough. And then press period in GitHub. People tell me to do this all the time. And I never do, but I'm going to do it this time. Cool. Well, now everything's tiny. Cool. So Prisma setup, easy. We could have gotten that from the docs. We have this hooks.server. It pulls in auth and handle hooks directly from those libraries. Well, this auth we would have defined in lib server Lucia. So let's look at that definition. That'd be funny, huh? American 2050? Just press dot. You have a version with auth.js? Yeah. Okay. I guess I will point out probably the reason that you got it working is because you just use the schema that they asked. Which one of these is it? Is it web? Is it docs? Where's your SvelteKit app at? Where's your Prisma integration? Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, add Prisma, then come back to me. So you've got the auth set up, but there's no database attached to it. That's the part that we're hung up on, is the database connection. Okay. Pull in our environment variables. Great. Create the instance of Lucia which you pass the client into, and you have this transform data function. You set up GitHub OAuth, set up Google OAuth. Cool. It's interesting that you had to set up the redirect URI for Google, but not for GitHub. Is that just the way that they're implemented? But again, that's pretty straightforward. Yeah, no worries, Veeb. I mean, I'd be happy to show it, but and then this is this it? So I guess if we look at the main page, there's probably like a login button. This is the other funny thing about using this VS Code web browser is it doesn't have the extensions for like Svelte syntax highlighting. Doesn't have it for Prisma. Yeah. I don't know, Terawatt, and I feel the same. Like that's basically my frustration, right? It's like I could do this myself, and I did. We did it with fresh spots. Like I basically implemented the OAuth flow myself. I just want a library to do everything for me. I guess I just want to see the call to login. Okay, yeah. So you have a specific login page where it goes API OAuth and passes in the provider. Okay, nothing special there. And then this is some extra logic though, right? So you have the OAuth Google that this is basically when the user gets redirected back to your app. We have to write some more custom code here, right? So like validate the callback, create the user in our database, create the session. This is fine. This isn't the end of the world, but this is more manual than it is with NextAuth in an ideal world. Like let's say NextAuth with Next.js, you don't have to do any of this. The library handles it. But it is nice that you can do this because you have more ability to customize it if you need to. And I'm guessing, yeah, and then I think this is the issue. Every single provider that you have is going to have very similar but slightly different looking code, and then that's just more code to maintain. I don't know. You tell me, Oscar. Though, is there? I feel like I know that you're being sincere, Nookie Poo, but it's almost like a joke at this point because I literally just spent an hour trying to get that working. And spoiler, it didn't work. I know we could have gotten it to work, but I didn't want to change my database schema, and I shouldn't have to change my database schema. No, it's not. I actually, it's comical. Nikki Poo, it's not your bad. Don't worry. It's almost like because Twitch chat is over here, it's almost like Clippy that like pops up and it's like, "Have you tried doing this?" And it's like, "Yes, I have for the past hour." Okay, so Lucia, I guess it seems fine. I think that's really my only main issue with it is like it's still a little bit more manual, right? And I guess it covers the things like validate callback, and then like create session. Yeah, so like the thing that gets exported here, create session. You didn't have to define that; they have that. Where does create user come from? They give you access to create user after calling validate callback. Yeah. Yeah. It is. I don't know, but it's really fun. That was some good comic relief, Nikki Poo. Cool. So Lucia auth. I guess I'd probably give it a go if I was implementing with SvelteKit. It just seems like too much code. I think that's my only hesitation. It's like I still have to write a lot of code. And with NextAuth, ideally, if it's working, you don't. And I like that. And honestly, I have the same criticism for Remix and Remix Auth. It still requires quite a lot of plumbing code to get it integrated. And I would prefer if I didn't have to do that. Okay. What do we do now? We move on to Nuxt. So I don't know if there was an update to Sidebase auth. The crap I've had to endure building a product because the library was 7 out of 10 of what you need. Yeah, and I think that's really all we're trying to avoid at this point. Have you heard of Nuxt auth? I guess I don't even know. Ryan, are you still here? Because I totally forgot what we were talking about earlier. You mentioned, did they push a fix? You mentioned you'd use this and it just worked. Followed the steps and just worked. Okay, that's good to know. I don't even remember what went wrong. So let's refresh our memories. So if we look at Nuxt, project setup was amazing. Project generation was very lacking. Everything else, like, we were having the heck of a time with Nuxt. We were like, this is it, this is it. And then we went to do auth, and it all fell apart. But let's take a look. Auth is the final raid boss, exactly. All right, let's just remind ourselves what we had to do. So we had auth, and then we had this thing. And then we've got our Prisma adapter, pass in our secret, our Google provider. And so this is I think like eventually this library probably won't be needed anymore when auth.js adds the integration for Nuxt, because right now there's no integration for Nuxt. They only have SvelteKit and Solid Start. They don't have Nuxt yet. And so right now, this is a third-party project from a team called Sidebase that basically did the thing that auth.js is trying to do, where they took Next auth and made it work with Nuxt, which is why when you look at the code, it looks very similar to what we were looking at before, but it basically is now just an integration with Nuxt. Yeah, so this is like I think this is a Nuxt thing where it's like a catch-all parameterized thing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of it either. I don't think they did, Ryan. So Nuxt auth for Nuxt 2, I think, was like a core library. Or like, it was, at least it was in the official documentation. And that's one of the other issues right now, because Nuxt 3 only recently went into stable. The ecosystem of packages around it still needs some work. So if you look at Nuxt.com, community, roadmap, they talk about Nuxt auth right here. So they're going to be announcing this package, but it's not out yet. It's not out yet. Yeah, and so that one is from Sidebase. I guess that's the other issue, is all this is confusing in the Nuxt ecosystem, because, and I think that's actually what happened. So if you go to nuxtjs.org, this is the documentation for Nuxt version 2. And if you search for like Nuxt auth, you might actually get taken to this one, auth.nuxtjs.org. This auth library only works with Nuxt version 2. But it doesn't say that anywhere here, and I think like they're trying to get it working with Nuxt version 3. There is a third-party library that did the work to get it working with Nuxt 3. Yeah, I agree with that, Killer. But auth.js is like brand new, like only came out in the past few months. TypeScript tea time. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're in a bit of a mess right now. we're about to test auth with Nuxt, but welcome in, TypeScript tea time. What were you working on? Hydrated raid. Thank you. Cheers. Cheers. Go.Wild Jam After Party. Nice. Did you make a game TypeScript tea time, or were you just trying other people's games? Also, I don't even know if I knew that you streamed. I see you in my chat all the time. But I didn't know you streamed. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Right now, we're talking about auth with Nuxt.js. I don't know why I can't find it. Nuxt 3 auth. This is the one I was thinking of. Yeah. So basically, this is the official one. It only supports Nuxt 2. This one is a wrapper around this to add support for Nuxt 3. But it's third party, right? Like, it's not from the official Nuxt team. And I think so basically we tried to start using this one because we're like, we don't see anything in the docs that tells us that we can't use it with Nuxt 3. So like, let's just try it. And then we got to the point where it started talking about the Vuex store. And then we know that in Nuxt 3, there is no longer a Vuex store. It's like, that's not going to work. And then we were reminded of this. And then I was like, I'm not even going to try it because if we try this library, the work I've already done against the database will just be reusable. No, this is a different one. Yeah. It's a bit of a mess, isn't it? Okay. Will this just work? I think the thing is, I think we got it working last time. So let's just start it up, see what happens. No thanks. Huh? Named export. Oh, this is what we ran into. The named export next auth handler was not found. And then I remember we had to lock the version of next auth. That was the fix, right? Because right now it has this little hat right here. But if we looked in the issues for Sidebase auth, you didn't have to do that. Okay, so let me just install the latest version of Nuxt auth. Let's see what the latest version is on npm. Yeah, again, so it's because it's not version 1 yet, it's 0.3.2. I'm going to have to install it manually, but ideally that should fix it. So we need 0.3.2. And right now we have 0.3.0. So we're going to install the latest version like this. Hopefully that's going to fix this next auth handler issue. And I think we can also just remove the dependency next auth. Because we tried to lock it to a version last time. But now that we installed that version, okay, this is gonna be tricky. I think it's also the monorepo thing where now that we have this in our npm modules, 0.3.2, that's good. You can see that it has a dependency on nextauth 4.18.0. And I think because we're in this monorepo and our other packages have a dependency on nextauth, we need to specifically do nextauth this specific version. And now that we have that specific version, it won't have the issue of the export. Yeah. So I think we basically, like, we debugged that for like an hour last time, but I think we eventually did get it working. Yeah. And so it works. But, okay, nothing leaked. It's just my image and stuff like that. But here's my complaint. I don't like the fact that they're locked to 4.18.0 of nextauth. And if you look at nextauth, like, what is its current version? 4.18.7. So, like, we're missing 1, 2, 3. We're missing like 5 or 6 releases of potential bug fixes because we're now locked to version 4.18.0. So that's the issue, right? If we want to use this side-base Nuxt auth thing, we have to lock our dependency on next auth to be 4.18.0. And we're missing like bug fixes and stuff like that. And I don't like that, especially because it's an auth library. Like security is an issue, and so we definitely want the latest bug fixes and changes from the library that we're dependent on. But let's do a recap of everything now. And I'll take a moment to like consolidate everything. So we tried Auth.js with SvelteKit. It would work if we changed the DB schema. We don't want to. And we did Sidebase Nuxt auth. Would work if we locked the next auth dependency version. We don't want to. We don't want to do that. Now, it could also be said that we actually could integrate, I think we could integrate Lucia auth with Nuxt. Looks like they don't have a built-in integration. We could probably write our own. I don't think I want to, though. Yeah, we don't want to. And no, and it's not like just me being cheeky. Is that the right word? I'm not being facetious. I'm not like, that's too much work. It's like, I mean, there's some serious reasons why we don't want to do this. I mean, I already talked about with locking the version number. We miss all of the updates from NextAuth. There's potential security fixes in there that we don't get. In terms of changing the DB schema, this is a little bit of a protest because their documentation doesn't tell me that I need to change the schema. And I don't want to have to change the schema, especially if I have other providers that are using a different property. I want it to just work based on the documentation. So the issue there is that the library needs to evolve a bit more, the documentation needs to be updated, and then it would be at a point where I think it's usable. Well, it's not an issue of just updating to the latest version myself. Right now, Sidebase NuxtAuth is broken if you try to use it with a newer version of NuxtAuth. So even if I did try to install the latest version, that's the issue, is this needs to use the older version because there are breaking changes with the integration in the latest version. Let's see, that's probably it, Ryan. Like, if you are using, I mean, we can look at your package JSON. So you have at Nuxt, or Sidebase NuxtAuth version 0.3.0. You don't even have the 0.2 version. But if we look at your yarn lock, we can see which version of NextAuth got installed. Yeah, and then you can see that it has the locked dependency there to 4.18. Yeah, but I mean, so the reason that well, and I did get mine working, right? When I locked that dependency, it started working. But like we said, I don't want to lock the dependency. I think PNPM is cool. I just keep using NPM. I probably should use it because every few months I run a script to delete all of my node modules. You wouldn't have to do that if you just use PNPM because it caches them all in a single location. So the installs are way faster and it takes up way less disk space. But yeah. Apparently this does have a lot of other features too. Newest version was broken. No, I don't think so, Ryan. I think so to explain the issue, if I was not in a mono repo and I installed Sidebase auth version 0.3.0, I think I would be fine. But the fact that I'm in a mono repo where I have other packages that are dependent on NextAuth, and they're dependent on a newer version of NextAuth, npm was like only installed the newer version instead of the version that was locked to it. But so when you did a yarn install for your app, it sees that Sidebase auth specifically depends on version 4.18.0, so it only installs that. Whereas I had to specifically install that for my Nuxt app, if that makes sense. The issue is I have too many packages and dependencies. Okay. Now, let's summarize our findings. We're going to create an app called Findings. And this is just going to be our slides. And I use a tool called RevealMD to write my slides with Markdown. It's pretty cool. It depends on what you're doing, Shirkum. I think in my case, I'm using several different things, right? Next and Nuxt and Remix and Svelte. You typically don't have all of those in a mono repo. It's typically all Next or all Svelte or all Nuxt. So this isn't standard. I think like if you had an app that was just TypeScript and React, it would work pretty well, but I'm doing some weird stuff here. Okay. I can start the slides by doing RevealMD README. Why isn't it putting it in this package.json? There it is. That's what I want to see. Okay, so now if I do an npm start, there we go. We've got a slide for choosing a full stack framework. All right. Our options for this were SvelteKit, Nuxt 3, Remix, and not React, Next.js. And then I think I can also add a watch command to this. Why didn't it like that? Oh, the options come after the name. That's weird. Great. These are the things we tried. And we were evaluating them on these things. Ecosystem. And specifically, we were evaluating these things. Yeah, SvelteKit seems pretty cool. I mean, honestly, I do think SvelteKit is the future, but it's still pretty new, right? Like, it's I think what was I gonna say? I don't even know what I was gonna say. But and it's not that new because it was SvelteKit was in I guess I just need to type. Give me a second. SvelteKit was in release candidate for a really long time, and so like they ironed out a lot of bugs. And then also like I tried it when it was in release candidate, and the docs weren't that great, but they didn't release version 1 until they made sure that all of their docs were up to date and everything else. But that said, the ecosystem and all the packages that you might use with SvelteKit, they still need work. And in this case, like the auth library that we would be using still needs some work. What was my favorite? I haven't picked one yet. I'm making some slides so I can talk about it. We're evaluating the ecosystem. So what are some things that each of these frameworks does for you? So first off, there's like file-based routing. There is like hybrid rendering, which is like a SPA versus server-side rendering versus like multi-page app versus like static site generation. What else do they give you? Environment configuration loading. API functions / data loaders. Help me out. Is Joy an option? Like JOI? Like the data validator? Yeah, so we have file-based routing, API functions / data loading. What else? What else do these things give you? Oh, I see. How much joy do they bring? Is that what you're saying, Oscar? Headache, joy. I see. I see what you mean. I guess we could just go look at their websites, right? So let's go look at the site for... Yeah, that's a good one, Kerno. Like, automatic image optimization. I mean, the thing is, the reason I'm writing all of these things out is we actually didn't evaluate these frameworks on any of these things. And that's actually a whole nother process. Like, once we've figured out we have a mature ecosystem and we have all the libraries and everything that we need, we might then start evaluating, well, I actually like the way Remix does routing versus Nuxt, or I like how easy it is to optimize images with Nuxt versus like SvelteKit or Nuxt. And I'm just making those things up right now. I don't actually know that, but these are other things you would potentially evaluate it on as well. Does it spark joy? But let's just look at the React, the Next.js website. What does it say? Hybrid, static, and server rendering, TypeScript support, smart bundling, route prefetching, and more. So almost all of that is covered here. Like that's basically what it does there. They don't even talk about their API functions. And cheers, St. Lelec. Thank you for the hydrate. Powerful routing. Internationalization. Middlewares? Sure. They all have a different way of doing that. Yeah, and really it's all of these things plus opinions on how they do those things. Engage power routing. All right, so if we look at SvelteKit, what does it advertise itself as? Yeah, no more days wasted figuring out bundler, configuration, routing, SSR. We'll add that as a point there. TypeScript. Yeah, single-page application, multi-page application, server-side rendering, static site generation. It's like I pulled it right from their page. Um, cool. I mean, we'll look at Nuxt. And again, Nuxt.com is the latest one, not nuxtjs.org. Are we going to bet on which framework wins? No, because I might even change my mind before Friday. We'll see. We'll see. Is there going to be a big reveal? No, I think also like this will probably just be like a YouTube video to summarize the whole series. Oh, we didn't see it. Intuitive, on-demand rendering, fast and furious, SEO. Excuse me. Yeah, so, I mean, but I think, honestly, my main issue with both Remix and Nuxt is everything is very manual, right? Like, beyond this, like, even like, API functions and data loading, you have to write a lot of code to get it all hooked up. Whereas with SvelteKit and Nuxt, you don't have to write much code at all to get those things hooked up. Yeah. Like Tesla Autopilot, if it crashed, right? Yeah. Yeah. I think I could get used to Svelte template syntax if I used it enough. I am really adverse to it, and I don't know why. I mean, it honestly feels more like EJS, like embedded JS, or even like handlebars. And I never really liked that. I don't know. Yeah, this actually might be the case. Just even like we'll use SvelteKit, and then we'll just have a modified schema. Oh, that's another issue. Yeah, I mean, and I'll talk about this in a second. I could not get Airbnb config set up with SvelteKit. It's probably possible, but I think I spent way too long and I wanted to move on. Do any of these provide heating? Honestly, Next.js, because this will make your fans spin up on your computer. I kid. I mean, it definitely did on my older computer. It has so many dependencies and like so many processes and stuff like that. Just start up a Next.js app, put that in the middle of your living room, good to go. Yeah, and have Docker running at the same time too. All right. Now, I don't have a cat. I'm actually allergic to cats. I have a dog. That burn alone made me warmer. So, SvelteKit, we'll talk about first. And we want to talk about each of these things. Honestly, I am just going to remove Prisma integration because Prisma is just a JavaScript library and it works really well with all of these things. So it's like I'm not even evaluating it at this point. It's just a given that we're going to be using it. Okay. I did not hear that, Oscar, but that was a sneaking suspicion that I had. Yeah. Did you know that VS Code could do this? It has this transform to uppercase built in. You can just uppercase things. I actually did this for my recent TikTok because the subtitles that got generated, I wanted them in all caps. So I opened the subtitle file in VS Code and transformed it. Wait, what? Yeah, look at this. Select a line, transform to uppercase. Okay, yeah, and then we just repeat this for all of them. So we've got SvelteKit. We've got Nuxt 3. So if you do 4 dashes, then it becomes vertical slides. I'll show you that in a second. But if you do 3 dashes, then it is a horizontal slide. What's up, Need Naming class? Welcome in. I am making a slide deck where I'm going to summarize. I'm going to summarize my my findings of all of these things that I tried. Then we have Remix. And then we have Next.js. And then we have a conclusion. And we have a thank you. Okay. Now, I'm going to go in and put my scores for all of these things. I think. Okay. I do believe there's a way to do fragments with reveal MD. Well, Bootstrap isn't a component library, more of a CSS framework. And for any given front-end framework, you would need to find a corresponding library that integrates it. So like there's React Bootstrap or Vue Bootstrap, but I don't know if Vue Bootstrap even supports Vue 3 yet. Fragments or animations. I didn't try Solid Start because it's just too new. Now, honestly, that probably doesn't mean it's going to be bad because, I mean, the people working on it are like really smart and they've been testing it for a long time. So I probably could try Solid Start, but the main thing is I'm just trying to find something that is production ready. I mean, if you look at Solid Start, they tell you right at the beginning that it might have bugs, might have missing documentation. So we're really just looking for things that are potentially more stable. But what we're finding is like, at least in the packages in the ecosystem, things have bugs all over the place. I think I just have to look at Reveal.js at this point. So yeah, I mean, you could build out your portfolio, but with various tech. But I think typically companies hire developers. They don't necessarily hire you because you worked with a specific stack, especially as a newer developer. That changes as you have more experience because some companies need to or like want to hire a React expert, but you need to have like 3, 4, or 5 years of experience at that point to be hired as a React expert. As a complete beginner or like somebody that's new to the industry, it's less about what you've used in your project and more about like what you built, right? So I would say just pick a stack that you're comfortable with and then build some cool things with it. And then wherever you get hired, they know that you're going to have to get up to speed anyways and like learn their stack or learn what they're using. That said, you also could look at job postings and see what people are hiring for in your area. And you could also, like, if there's a company that's like your dream job, you could go see what tech stack they use, build an app using that tech stack, and then like write a really good cover letter and try to find somebody on LinkedIn that works there to like really get an in and show them everything you did and how like you love their company and you like their stack. But at the end of the day, most people just hire you as a dev, not necessarily because you know React or because you use the T3 stack or whatever. What are we doing here? Class fragment. Yeah, but I think that's the issue, right? It's like they list that they use Redux. They're not going to, like, if you get hired at one of those companies, they're not going to stop using Redux anytime soon, because that really is like a full application rewrite. And nobody wants to do that. So while Redux potentially is legacy in that people creating React apps these days from the ground up wouldn't choose Redux, if you go to a company that has a React app that's older than a year or two, they're probably going to be using Redux, so you probably need to know that as well. So it probably makes sense that you're at least familiar with the flux pattern. Like, it doesn't even have to be Redux, because I think, like you were mentioning, you could use the context provider API and use Reducer to get a similar feel and a similar layout in your app without using Redux itself. But I think specifically if you're working at a job like that, they want to know that you know about action creators and dispatch and the reducer and all that kind of thing. And then also like whatever technology you might use for async actions, like what are those called? It's been so long since I did those. There's some libraries that integrate with Redux that allow you to do async things, but yeah. Thunks. Yeah, that's it. So that's the word, and then there are various libraries that implement it. The one that I worked in, like a pretty big code base that used Thunks, used generators. Anybody remember what that library is called? I'm drawing a blank. But it was fine. It also just felt extremely over-engineered. I didn't like it. And then there's also like Redux Promise that makes it. Yeah, it was Sagas. Sagas feel really over-engineered, and it feels just like way too much code for something that can be fairly simple with, I guess, like Redux Promise or whatever. I don't know. It's been so long since I used those. Let's see how this looks. Evaluating the ecosystem. These are the things that we care about. Now, let's talk about SvelteKit. I give it 5 out of 5 seedlings. Okay, that didn't work, but let's see how we do full screen. Here it is, .slide:. I just forget how to do fragments. I thought they had an example of how to do fragments. Basically, fragments allow you to show, like, reveal it without showing it initially. Yeah, and so Eddie is mentioning we're removing Redux from a 4-year-old software. It's not fun. Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, being familiar with the same tech stack, obviously that's good, right? Like, if there's a bunch of applicants that they're looking at, and you're one that actually already knows the tech stack, which means you're going to have less ramp up time, awesome. But there's like 10 other factors that they would care about in hiring you. And it's probably like even like your portfolio and your projects are like even less important than your communication skills and just like how well you're a fit with the company and with the team. So yeah. All right, I just need to go look at some old slides that I've done before. Yeah, I did a robotics workshop for some high school girls in this TickTok program, but I did some things with Reveal MD, not the package lock. Yeah, the thing is, like, even Redux Toolkit, it just removes some of the boilerplate. Like, you're still using Redux, right? It's just like without Redux Toolkit, there's just a lot more extra code in your code base. So that is a thing. All right, and then we have styles. And then right here, we can change this all to be the coding garden green. That. Do I want to change the font size? We'll see. And then I won't have any custom JavaScript. Limeoats, what's up? Thank you for that resub. Let me know when you get your stickers, Limeoats. You're the one person in the U.S. I send stickers to. It's like I had a stack of things to mail that were like this big, and the majority of them went around the world. Frameware. Choosing a full stack frameware. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Well, I just need to look at how I'm styling this. I guess I could reduce the header font sizes slightly. Why is that not in the center? There we go, it's in the center. Am I zoomed in? Oh, I am. Yeah, I am, but it shouldn't hurt me. Okay. The frameworks. All right, I just need to know how to do fragments now. There's no fragments in there. Okay, give me a second. I need to go look at some old slide decks. Having that centering problem too? Yeah, I don't know. I think I have a live reload on, or like a watcher running, so I don't know. Oh, I forgot about this. There's also like a fit text class I could be using. Here it is, element class equals fragment. What is my go-to hosting database platform? Probably AWS RDS or AWS Lightsail. But for things I'm working on stream, I've tried Railway, which seems fine. probably a little less expensive than AWS RDS or AWS Lightsail database. But both RDS and Lightsail have built-in mechanisms included in the price for like database backups. I don't know about. I think you might have to configure that manually with like Railway, or you might get charged more for the amount of data you're storing with Railway. But yeah, Upstash, Flyout, you could try those too. We tried Nuxt, and we were just reminded that we got it working last time. But there was an issue with getting it working where we had to lock the version of Nextauth, and we don't want to do that. That's our findings. All right, let me show you what I got so far. Choosing a full stack framework. We've got the frameworks, what these frameworks do. We're specifically going to be evaluating the ecosystem, which is this stuff, and then we can get into the specifics. So for SvelteKit, that's not right. Why did it make that the fragment instead of this the fragment? I'm not gonna have to do some like unordered list or something like that. It's having a hard time parsing these emojis. The last thing in the list won't animate as a fragment. Yeah, I've seen that before, Miro. I honestly, I can look at it in my analytics. Put the comment after. Let's see. Yeah, the thing is, like, and that's the thing is, like, I don't want to animate these. I want to animate just this. Banana. That worked. Thank you, just 7 stars. Okay. And I give this 10 out of 10 seedlings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whoa, the moment I did it. Okay. But look at this. It has the dot for it. It might, maybe it just doesn't like, oh, you know what I can do? I can just do this. I'm crazy. I can literally just have a span with a class fragment. Yeah. That's all I need. Yeah. Give it a class of rating. Say 10 out of 10. And then pro gamer. And then have like a little break right here. Cool. Let's put seedlings below the rating. Awesome. All right, let's add a rating class. Wait, is it already? Yeah, it already put it in the center anyways. Beautiful. Okay, we've got it. So I just need to go through and add all our ratings. Project generation, I gave it a 10 out of 10. And then ESLint plus Airbnb config. I give this a 2 out of 10. Cool. Cool. You missed me having issues with the slide thing. But we're on our way. Tailwind setup. 10 out of 10. We can do this. Cool. All right. Component library setup. We tried Flowbyte, Svelte, and Skeleton. Is that what it's called? Skeleton. Yeah. Can I do backticks in here? Or is that just going to come across as backticks? Let's see. Yeah, I got to put code on it. Is Airbnb still that important? I like all of the rules in Airbnb, and I haven't found anything like it. And a lot of projects only come set up with Prettier. And Prettier isn't everything you need. Like, Prettier is formatting, but Prettier... I mean, so yeah, Prettier is formatting, but it's not linting. And I care about linting my code. So, for me, yeah, Airbnb config is still important. Because it can't just be replaced with Prettier. There's a lot more to it. I forgot that we upgraded this to a 2 out of 10. Oh, I don't want a live demo. I just want you to show me. Why is this so hard to find? I want SvelteKit. Yeah, this. I just literally want to copy the package name. Did I add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 10, 2. Yeah. Thank you, Pride Trunka. Appreciate that. I fixed it. Full stack type safety. Did I even rate this? But I'm thinking just like 8 out of 10. Because it was like built in, but also like kind of magic. Yeah, look at that. 8 out of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so for those of you, I think I'll go ahead and do this because I know a lot of people, like, this is going to take me a while because I need to make the slides for every single one. But we'll go ahead and do the summary of SvelteKit and all of that, just in case that's what you came here for. And also this will be me practicing because I'm going to do this as like a slide deck for YouTube. All right, over the past 2 weeks, we've been doing this thing, choosing a full stack framework. These are the frameworks we are choosing from: SvelteKit, which uses Svelte; Nuxt 3, which uses Vue; Remix, which uses React; and Next.js, which also uses React. Now, each of these frameworks is a back-end full-featured framework that actually comes with a lot of things. So these frameworks have probably one of the main things is hybrid rendering. So you can write an app, and it will figure out if it needs to be a single-page application, if it needs to be server-side rendered, if it needs to be statically generated. These frameworks handle all of that. And a lot of the times, it's pretty transparent to you. Like, you basically just build the app, and they figure out what you need. You don't really even have to configure it. So, like, initial page load, server-side rendered. Page load after that, single page application, but it just handles it. There's optimized bundling. You get search engine optimization because of like initial server-side rendered. Most all of these do file-based routing. So instead of having like a router config, it's based on nested folder structure and files. All of these frameworks have ways of doing data loading and API functions. So you can essentially have like an API folder with a single handler. That little function handler lives within your same code base, but when you deploy it, it could actually get deployed as a Lambda function or an edge function. Similarly, you can write middlewares that could be API functions, but also could just be middlewares that run before some of your rendered pages. They do lots of stuff around environment config loading and also like automatic image optimization. So if you embed an image on a page, it'll automatically, depending on what kind of device has the initial render, will load like a lower quality one and then a higher quality one depending on device size. But it handles all of these things for you. These are not the things we were evaluating. That's a whole nother story, right? Like, do you prefer the file-based routing of Remix versus Next.js? That's a different question. The things that we were actually evaluating was the ecosystem itself, because this is also important. Not just how does this framework work in isolation. How does the ecosystem overall work? Yeah, and so we're talking about right now all of these. I'm going to give you my opinions of Svelte and how we tried it first, but then it's going to take me like 20-30 minutes to build out the slides for the rest, and we'll talk about those. All the frameworks, yeah. So these are the things that we were evaluating, though. So the ecosystem, things like what's it like to set up a project? What's it like to set up ESLint and Airbnb config, which is my preferred way of linting and formatting code. How easy is it to get Tailwind set up? How easy is it to get a component library going? How easy is it to integrate auth and do social auth, really with any provider, but we specifically were testing with Google OAuth because we are going to be building an app that's dependent on Google OAuth. And then lastly, how well does it support full stack type safety? So these days, when you have a full stack framework and you have like these API functions or these data loaders, you're probably writing them with TypeScript, and then your component code is probably also written in TypeScript. And you want a nice, convenient way of getting all of those types to flow through to be able to use those inside of your components. And so we were looking at that as well. So while you could evaluate based on this, and you probably should, but I think this is after you're already into the framework itself, right? Before you even dive into the internals of the framework and how all of that stuff works, like from an outside perspective, you need to care about, or at least I care about, the ecosystem. So ultimately, we're not really even ranking these frameworks. We're ranking the packages available in the ecosystem, which a lot of times the frameworks themselves don't have control over because it's really just community packages. And I guess that depends because some of those frameworks also like have some of this stuff built in. Some of them don't, but really that's what we were looking at. So let's talk about SvelteKit. Let me get the code example up because I can show you the code that we wrote. Okay, so first up, project generation, linting and formatting, TypeScript Airbnb config. For project generation, I give them a 10 out of 10. So when you're generating a project with SvelteKit, it asks you like 4 or 5 different questions and will generate your app based on how you answered those questions. And I really like that. So there's like way less manual configuration after you get everything set up. The CLI, you answer the questions, good to go. 10 out of 10. ESLint Airbnb config, I give it a 2 out of 10. We spent over an hour trying to configure ESLint here with like the Svelte plugin and everything else to get ESLint working. And we kind of got it working. So we got ESLint working in our TypeScript files. So if I'm missing a semicolon, you see I get a little red squiggly that's, hey, you need a semicolon. So ESLint works in TypeScript files. But if I'm in an actual Svelte component like this, well, first of all, I need to install the Svelte extension. Why is this at the top? This only has 1,000 downloads. That's not the one I want. Why is this? This can't be good. This cannot be good. This is the one I want. It has 600,000 downloads. Oof. Oof. Enable the TypeScript plugin. Okay. Yeah, so I removed the semicolon. There's no red squiggly. And honestly, I mean, it's my fault. It's my fault that I couldn't figure out how to configure ESLint to work inside of a Svelte file. But I banged my head against it trying to get it to work, and I couldn't. So I'm giving it a 2 out of 10. Not to say that I wouldn't try again, but I just had a really hard time getting it working. Okay, next up, Tailwind setup. Super easy. I give this a 10 out of 10. So in the Svelte ecosystem, there's this command called Svelte add, and there's just a bunch of modules and plugins that have been written that you can just instantly add to your Svelte app. So I did Svelte add Tailwind, boom, everything's set up for me. It created the config file, like the Tailwind config file, the post CSS config, all of that got auto-generated. It automatically created this file. That file got automatically loaded in somewhere, but it did all of that for me. It was super great. I ran one command, Tailwind was good to go. What does Airbnb have to say in the programming world? They hire a lot of programmers. Let's take a quick aside to talk about the Airbnb JavaScript config. Because they employ a lot of engineers, and all of those engineers settled on a standard for the code that they write, and I think it's a decent one. And they do have a lot of open source projects too. So yeah, if you look at this repo, they also have a website. But if you look at this repo, they have opinions on functions and arrow functions. So they have an opinion that when you're doing higher order method stuff, you should use an arrow function. So my linter will literally complain if I have the function keyword. And I like that. So basically, I mean, honestly, you could go either way, right? If you don't like arrow functions, you could have a rule that says, I only want to see functions. I just want the code to be consistent, right? So if I'm working with 2 different developers, I want them all to write code that looks this way. And even if they don't agree, if they have the linting config set up for this, then the linter is going to take care of that anyways. So they have opinions about that. There's also opinions about like where the curly brace goes. So if you put the curly brace on the next line versus the line itself, like if I do something like this is like, hey, you actually want to put the curly brace there. All of these things I don't want to come up in a code review, right? All of these things need to be handled before the rest of the team even looks at the code, and all of that gets handled by ESLint. And ESLint Airbnb config specifically has all of these rules that they've boiled down into an ESLint config that you can extend from. So if you look in here, we're extending from Airbnb base and Airbnb TypeScript base, so we get all of those rules. That's really all it is. Now, I'm actually really curious because if you look on Best of JS, Airbnb, at least last week, was trending. And I'm curious if it's because of the videos that I posted where I was actually, so over the past, was it the past month, their repo has been getting 35 stars a day. I think I'm responsible for at least 10 stars a day because I talk about it in my other videos. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? So like you could use standard JS. I think now there's one called like XO. I don't like them. I don't like the rules that they have. I prefer the rules that the Airbnb config has. So yeah, and again, that is just an opinion of the code base, right? Like if your team all agrees that you want to use standard, great. Whoa, that's a lot of people. Midu Dev, welcome in. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I don't speak Spanish, but I'll do my best. Oh man, you're too kind. Yeah, shout out to Midu Dev. I actually I want to learn Spanish, and I've been lurking your stream, Midu, and I've been picking up a little bit. It honestly is. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome. We learn English. Great. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's, just know that I'm not. Yo hablo un poquito español. Yeah, shout out to Mito Dev. Thank you for bringing all your friends over. Today, we're talking about full stack frameworks. So I need to collect myself. That's a lot of people. Here. We're talking about full stack frameworks, but we're also talking about the ESLint Airbnb config. I'll give a quick rundown of this because somebody in the chat had asked about this, because I am doing a thing where I have been evaluating full stack frameworks. So things like SvelteKit, Nuxt, Remix, Next.js. Over like 2 weeks ago, I basically built a tiny app with each one of these things to evaluate the ecosystem of each of those frameworks. And one of the things I was evaluating it on is my ability to set up TypeScript and Airbnb config in my ESLint config. And a bunch of people were asking, why does Airbnb care about JavaScript? Airbnb employs a lot of developers. And so all of those developers came together and standardized on opinions about JavaScript. So for example, when you write an arrow function in JavaScript like this, or when you're using higher order methods, right? So like map, filter, reduce, you could do one of two things. You could use an arrow function, or you could use the function keyword. The Airbnb ESLint config and the Airbnb style guide say you should only do this, right? And again, the code's going to work either way for the most part, right? Like there's a difference between scoping between the function keyword and the arrow function, but I'll show you how I did the slides in just a second. But all of that to say, as a team, they agreed, hey, we want our code to look like this. So what I can do is in my ESLint config, I can extend from theirs and I get all of those rules. So now if I write code that looks like this, I get a linter error that says I should write code that looks like this. And so if you look at the Airbnb JavaScript style guide, it has a bunch of opinions. And honestly, like you don't have to agree with these opinions, right? I just have so I've been using the Airbnb config for over 5 years now. Like basically they have a bunch of really good standards, so I just use it. I don't have to come up with my own config. Technically you could come up with your own config too. And there are other configs out there, right? So there's the standard JS config, this one. And their style guide is different. Their style guide says don't use semicolons. And Airbnb says do use semicolons. So I have a background in C#, and so I prefer semicolons, and I want to see that little red squiggly when I don't have semicolons. And that's just my preference. But if you don't like semicolons, standard JS is something that you could look at. But you can look through their style guide, and they talk about their opinions and stuff like that. Yeah, so yeah, if Midu likes standard, this is probably the one. But again, it's just opinions. The code is still going to work. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of opinions in the chat, right? So type 1 if you like semicolons in your JavaScript, type 2 if you don't like semicolons in your JavaScript. And what I was also mentioning is, so Best of JS is a really cool website that like lists, I see a lot of semicolons. Okay, there's some no semicolons too. Yeah. Okay, I see, honestly, semicolon gang might have you outnumbered. No, so there's some newer people that are no semicolons. Yeah, but again, it's just an opinion. Your code's gonna work either way. But what I was saying is, so Best of JS is a really cool website that lists up and coming projects and ranks them by how many GitHub stars they're getting. And yeah, exactly. Final sleeve is, if you don't have semicolons, then you're depending on the JavaScript runtime to insert them for you, which means your code is going to run slower. But the thing is, these days, you already have like a pre-compilation process. You're already using TypeScript, so it already needs to be turned into JavaScript before it can be run. I don't know. All I wanted to say is, because I talk so much about Airbnb config, I think I'm at least responsible for like 10 of those stars a day on the Airbnb style guide. But yeah, check that website out. Now, because we have so many new friends here, I'm going to start over. But I will let you know my slides aren't done yet. So basically, if you look over on my YouTube channel, I have a playlist of all of the live streams where I tried each one of these full stack frameworks. So I have the SvelteKit, Nuxt, Remix, and the Next.js. And today we went back and retried SvelteKit and Nuxt because we ran into some issues with the auth libraries. And Dianat, thank you very much for that sub, and thank you for all these follows. I really appreciate all the follows too. They're all useless. I mean, they have their uses, is the thing. Like the whole overarching idea with me trying all of these and really evaluating the ecosystem is that I don't want to write that much code. Like I want it to do everything for me. Like I don't want to write everything manually. So that's why we're evaluating the ecosystem, because we're seeing how easy is it to integrate auth, to integrate like a component library, those kinds of things. So yeah, if you check this playlist on YouTube, it has all the past streams. And basically in each one of those streams, I gave the framework a ranking. But let's start over. Let's start from here. First of all, I'm using this thing called Reveal MD for my slides. Somebody asked about that. Here. So this uses Reveal.js under the hood, and Reveal.js is a way of making slides with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's pretty cool, but Reveal MD is written on top of it, and you can basically take Markdown and turn it into slides. So that's what I have here. So if you look at my slides, this is going to be a slide that has a title on it. You do 3 dashes for the next slide. This is going to be a list. That'll be a title, 3 dashes for the next. And then if you do 4 dashes, that makes vertical slides. So yeah, what naming? Yeah, we could talk for days about opinions on semicolons versus not, and like data naming standards and stuff like that. But yeah, all right, I'm going to give you like a quick little presentation. Over the past 2 weeks, we have been choosing a full stack framework because we're going to be building an app. So every Friday here on the Coding Garden, not recently, but if we let's say like before the holidays, like a month ago, we had a project where every Friday, if you came to the Coding Garden, we were working on that exact same project. And when we did that, we were actually using Dino, and we were using Fresh. And we ran into a lot of issues because both of these things are very new, right? Like Fresh is only a few months old. Dino, Dino's been around for a few years, and Dino is getting better, but they're still new, which means the things that are typically really easy to do elsewhere, as in like someone in the ecosystem has already created a library for it and stuff like that, that's not the case for like Dino and Fresh. So when we were building our app for Fresh, I actually wrote my own library for OAuth. We had to do a bunch of work to find a library that would talk to the database the way we wanted to. It was a big headache finding things. And so that project has been moved into a community project. It's over on GitHub. It's called Fresh Spots. There's also a playlist on my YouTube where we're building this. But now it's a community project. It's got issues. If you'd like to contribute to it, you can pick an issue and open a pull request. Well, we're moving on to a new project. And for that new project, I wanted to make a very informed decision on what we chose. And our options this time would be the things that are most well supported and the things that are like production ready. So SvelteKit, Nuxt 3, Remix, and Next.js. And the point I was making earlier is we want to choose one of these, but we're actually not even going to be evaluating it on what these things do, because each one of these do these things very differently, right? So SvelteKit, Nuxt, Remix, Next.js, they all have a way of doing hybrid rendering, right? So you can write an app and the framework will figure out, do you want it to be a single page application? Do you want it to be server-side rendered? Do you want it to be statically generated? You typically don't even have to do anything special. You just write your code and they figure out what you need. And that's pretty cool, right? But each of them has like a slightly different way of doing that, where you can like either opt into server-side rendering or not. They each do it in a different way. They also optimize bundling, like Next.js has their like Rust compiler, and I think SvelteKit is using ESBuild and Vite. They all have a way of doing that. They all have a search engine optimization specifically because they support server-side rendering. So that initial page load is server-side rendered, and you get really good SEO because of that. They also have file-based routing, so instead of like configuring a router and components, you create folders and then files inside of those folders for routing. They also have ways of creating API functions or data loaders, and those API functions can be deployed as Lambda functions or as edge functions, but it all can be in the same code base. They have ways of doing middleware, image optimization. Basically, they do a lot of things, and you could actually evaluate, well, I like the way Next.js does APIs and data loading versus Svelte or versus Nuxt, right? Like, these are things you could evaluate it on, but right now, I don't even care. Like, if the ecosystem is good and I can find a good auth library, a good component library, I don't even care what I'm using. I just want it to work. So really, I'm actually evaluating the ecosystem, right? So these are the things I was talking about. So for each one of those things, what's it like to set up a project? What's it like to get your configuration going? How easy is it to add Tailwind? How easy is it to get a component library going? How easy is it to add social auth with Google? Do they support full stack type safety? So they all have these APIs and data loader things, but do they have an easy way of taking the data that's being returned by those functions and then using them in your components in a seamless way, right? So without having to import interfaces and stuff like that. So these are the things we were evaluating, and now I'm giving a summary of it. So let's talk about SvelteKit. In terms of project setup, SvelteKit, I give it a 10 out of 10. When you run the SvelteKit CLI, it asks you several questions. It's like, do you want to use ESLint? Do you want to use Prettier? Ask you a few other things. Like, I really like the fact that when you're running the CLI, it asks you all these questions, and then whatever you answer to it, it's going to generate that app for you. That was great. And then this is where we left off when all the new friends came in, is in terms of setting up ESLint in the Airbnb config, I gave it a 2 out of 10. Now, that's my problem, right? That's not their problem. I just like to have it set up, and I couldn't get it going. So I have my ESLint file. I got it working for TypeScript files, right? So if I remove a semicolon, it's like, hey, you need to add a semicolon, but I couldn't get it working inside of actual Svelte components. So Svelte components have this script section, and for whatever reason, I couldn't get ESLint running in there. There's probably a way to do it, but I spent like an hour debugging it and couldn't do it. All right, next up, Tailwind setup. Super easy with SvelteKit. They have this Svelte add command that's a part of the ecosystem, and there's a bunch of plugins of various things you might want to add. You can just say Svelte add Tailwind. Boom. It generates your Tailwind config, your post-CSS config, your post-CSS file. It just auto-generates all that stuff, and you don't have to manually configure it. And there's a bunch of other plugins too, so it got a 10 out of 10. Component library setup. This was tricky. So we wanted to pick a component library that worked well with Tailwind. Flowbyte was our first option. And Flowbyte you can use without using their framework-specific libraries, but they do have Flowbyte Svelte. So if you look in their docs at this, and then Flowbyte Svelte is actually like a separate library. We tried setting this up, but then we ran into issues with it working with SvelteKit. So it works with Svelte, but SvelteKit is a little bit different because it does server-side rendering. And so we ran into an issue even trying to get this working. So then we shifted gears to Skeleton, which is a UI toolkit built on top of Tailwind that works with Svelte, and it works really well with SvelteKit. But I am giving it a 7 out of 10 just because... like, we went through their docs, but we got hung up at one point. Like, I didn't read this page, and I didn't know I needed to add the CSS, and then I didn't know how to set up themes. So it was a little bit tricky to get everything set up. So I give it a 7 out of 10 on that. All right, social auth. This is tricky. So there's this new thing, Auth.js, which comes from the same team that built NextAuth here. So NextAuth, if you've ever used Next.js, NextAuth is the de facto library for doing auth with Next.js. Auth.js is a new endeavor. You can see their websites are basically the same, but Auth.js is an initiative to take the core of NextAuth and make it so that it's framework agnostic, so that it can work with other frameworks. And probably like 2 days before we started using SvelteKit, Auth.js announced that they have support for SvelteKit. And so we're like, all right, we'll use this, because it does seem like eventually, once this library is like very well supported and really well tested, it's going to be the thing that people reach for when they're using SvelteKit. Especially the fact that it's from NextAuth, which is like industry standard, production ready, all of that. Sounds like it would be fun, but we had a hard time. So I'm actually giving it a 2 out of 10. And so we had a hard time doing it. This would have been 2 weeks ago at this point. Today, I gave it a second chance because there was a bug in the library that actually specifically broke Google OAuth. And I spent probably an hour finding the bug. And then after I found the bug, I found that somebody actually had a GitHub issue open that was like, hey, this is a bug. And then it got merged. But then after that fix got merged, it was still like 3 or 4 days before they published a new version that included the bug fix. And so today I tried setting it up, tried to give it a second chance. But what did we run into? Oh yeah, there's even a further bug where, like, if you look at the Auth.js documentation, it's actually really cool. So one of the things about this is they have a bunch of built-in adapters, right? So let's say you are using Prisma for your database. You can go to this section of the documentation. They literally give you a Prisma schema that you can just copy and put into your app, and it's good to go. The issue is this schema breaks when it comes to integrating with Google OAuth. And so today we tried to hack it to work with it, but I don't want to have to hack something. I don't want to have to deal with these kinds of bugs. So I'm giving it a 2 out of 10, and I probably won't use this library. So there's that. In terms of full stack type safety, I actually do give this an 8 out of 10, because when you're doing things, the types flow through pretty nicely. And let's show an example of this. So in this example, this is the home page that loads when you load the app. And we're going to be listing out all of these items on the page. And you can see that items comes from data. And if I hover over it, it has all of this typing. So data is an array, is an object that has an items array that has a name property and a valid property. So that's TypeScript type completion, really good. And where this came from is I actually defined a data loading route. So I have this route that is just returning an array of items. And you'll notice I didn't have to define a TypeScript interface. I just wrote it this way, and now the types flow through. So because I defined the code like this, inside of the component, when I use this generated page data type, it automatically knows what those types are. And then if I go in and I change the type over here, I add another property like this, I think by default, because I don't have the CLI running, the types don't flow through yet. Let's see. Oh, no, they do. That's cool. So instantly the types are there. I don't have to import the interfaces. I don't have to define the interfaces. This is really cool, right? I don't have to use a separate library like TRPC. All of the types just flow through, and it's kind of like magic in a way, because I don't have to import anything. I mean, I am importing this, and this is code generated, right? Like, this is dependent on the types that get generated based on the things that I've defined. But full stack type safety is pretty slick. Cool. In summary, really the main issue we had was social auth, right? So I'm still not opposed to choosing SvelteKit for this project that we're going to be working on. However, I don't think I would use auth-core. I would want to find, I mean, honestly, so the thing is, we could use auth-core, but we would potentially have to update our database models. Yeah, and this is magic right here. Like this, where is that? It's auto-generated. and that's how like that is flowing through, which is pretty cool. But yeah, if we do choose SvelteKit, we're gonna have to find a better solution for auth. One that's been suggested is Lucia auth, and so this is a framework agnostic auth library that has integrations for Astro, Nuxt, and SvelteKit. Yeah, we still haven't decided yet. No, we haven't. So we could choose this. We also we might not even have to use Lucia. We could just implement our own doing it. The dreaded database schema change, exactly. And it's like, it's easy enough to change the database schema, but then if I try to integrate other OAuth providers, now things are broken, right? Now I don't have a fix for that, and I'm waiting on the library to fix that. I would agree with that, Veritatas. Like, that actually gets into when you're dealing with this kind of stuff. And I will agree that it kind of can be confusing to determine, is this code running on the client or is this code running on the server? I will say SvelteKit does a good job of separating those, right? So if you have a server file, you know that this code will only ever run on the server. This is never going to run on the client side. And I believe if you have like code in here, then that is code that will run on the client side. But yeah, I mean, even that's another thing we could evaluate this stuff on, because I do see this as an issue because things are somewhat magic and like it's deciding where the code is going to run. I do see potential security issues where you have somebody that isn't as familiar with the framework and they write some code that ends up getting shipped to the client that shouldn't be client-side code. But I mean, I think the more you use the framework, the more you'll get used to how it does separate things from the client and the server. So yeah. Maybe the project should be... Okay, so this gets to that XKCD of standards. writing our own. Situation. There are 14 competing standards. You've got Auth.js, you've got SvelteAuth, and then for Nuxt, you have side-based NuxtAuth, and then you have NuxtAuth version 3 and NuxtAuth. They're all competing. Ridiculous. We need to develop one universal standard that covers everyone's use cases. Now there are 15 competing standards. So what I'm voting on Auth.js. Like, it's new. We need to give it some time. But eventually, this will be the library that we're thinking of. This will be the library that you can use everywhere else. And then we don't have 15 competing standards. People just use this instead. But yeah, and I did think about this, Ethion, is like, we could have used a third-party auth provider, right? So Supabase auth could be an option. The only issue is now our users are stored in their system. And I'm trying to build a system where the users are stored on our system. Like, it's not the end of the world, but it would change how we're storing things. Like, we also could use, what's it called? Isn't there's just like a general one. Somebody in the chat will mention it. Auth0, that's the one. Yeah, thank you, Doggett. That's another option similar to this, where it's like, basically, they handle all the backend stuff for the most part, but the issue is we still have our own backend, so we would still have to write an integration to basically get the users from their system into our database. We wouldn't handle passwords or auth or anything like that. Yeah, and then there's also Firebase auth. That would be another option for sure. And honestly, like, maybe that is the option, right? Like, stop trying to integrate it locally and just like use a service. But if you're using a service, then you have a monthly fee, you have a user limit. I don't want to have to deal with those things. So these are all the slides that I've written. I need to go back in and add my scores for Nuxt, Remix, and Next.js. But you caught me in the middle of like writing slides, so I thought I'd give you at least that, so I'm not boring you with my slide creation. I mean, I'll give you my stuff kind of like in real time and talk about it. So for Nuxt 3, and let's just talk about Nuxt really quick. If you go to nuxtjs.org, this is Nuxt version 2. If you go to nuxt.com, this is Nuxt version 3. So know the difference between the two. Nuxt 3 recently got the stable release. So before that, it was in release candidate, so it still needed some work. But now it's official. But because Nuxt.js has been around for so long and version 2 to version 3 is a big leap, like there's a lot of breaking changes, they're keeping the old website because this documentation still needs to exist. This is just new documentation. But essentially Nuxt is the Next.js of the Vue.js world. And let's talk about it. So I give this a 5 out of 10 on project generation because when you generate a Nuxt app, let's pull it up. It has nothing. So we read through the docs and we created layouts and pages and server. Before that, literally all it gave us was an app.view. So the project generation was so bare, like barely anything in here. And that's why I gave it a 5 out of 10, because it's like after you generate a Nuxt app, you really have to go to the documentation. Code. Oh, you mean to open it in the folder? I see what you mean. Nuxt 3, coming summer, midsummer, fall. Yeah, they kept postponing it too because it was in release candidate for a while. But now, you could argue that reading the docs is actually good because like every framework does things differently. And if you come into Next thinking it works like Next, you're probably going to have a good time. Probably going to have a bad time because it does things in its own way. So if you actually go through the documentation, reading one by one, and then going through the guide, because it tells you like what all of these folders are for, you're going to have a better time building this out yourself. You could also argue that like, I don't want to build that all out myself. I want it to just come with all of the folders. But you know, that's why I'm giving it a 5 out of 10. Yeah, starting slim, adding as you go along. And I think, again, it comes down to preference, right? Like, if that's something you're looking for, Nuxt might be a good option. But, yeah, and it actually is interesting to note. So, like, we were using the Nuxt CLI called Nuxi, N-U-X-I. There also is a Sidebase. They're the ones that created Nuxtauth, but they actually have their own CLI that's a bit more full-featured. Yeah, they have this thing called Create Sidebase. Now, again, this isn't from the core team or the core library, but this is a CLI tool where it'll ask you a bunch of questions very similar to how the SvelteKit CLI asks. But this isn't official. This is third party. So, yeah. So what am I doing? Welcome in, Flying Economy. Just another Vue dev. Welcome in. We're talking about Vue right now. So, like, I mean, we're talking about Nuxt, but ultimately we're talking about it is Vue. Okay, so project generation, 3 seedlings out of 10. It's just really bare. Wait, did I give it? No, I gave it a 5 out of 10. It's really bare, but if you like that, you might like Nuxt. TypeScript in ESLint Airbnb config was so easy. Like if you go back and watch that stream, I literally had it set up. I did a 10-minute challenge, and I had the TypeScript in ESLint set up in under 10 minutes. So that got a 10 out of 10. Tailwind setup, very similar, 10 out of 10. I think, was there like a Nuxt ad? Let's see. There was. So if you go over to the Nuxt website and then search on modules and search for Tailwind, there's this. And then you add it, put it in modules, you're good to go. You actually don't even need a base Tailwind config file. You can create one, of course, which is what we did, like this. But you don't have to. Like basically, you just install it, put it in the modules, and it's good to go. So that's another 10 out of 10 because if you look on the Nuxt website, like they have this whole ecosystem of modules, and you can start searching for them. Like for instance, if you search for auth, you're gonna find that Sidebase auth one. But yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. We need 2 more right here. 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10 seedlings. All right, component library setup. That was also very easy. I think did we use Flowbyte? What did we end up using? Oh, we ended up using Daisy UI. Yeah, we pivoted because we know Daisy UI could be very easily integrated with a lot of other frameworks. So Daisy UI is a component framework built on top of Tailwind. And it was really easy to integrate, and they have lots of cool themes. We specifically chose the forest theme because this is the coding garden, and they have green, which is cool. Yeah, But yeah, look at those green buttons. It's awesome. So component setup, 10 out of 10. Yeah, Tailwind was 10 out of 10. It's the best green ever. And then again, to get that going, we just add this. And like, this is the other interesting thing about a lot of these modules is that they're from the core team, right? Or at least they're maintained by the core team, literally under the Nuxt.js organization or repo, or yeah, the main organization is where that module lives. So it's not really even third party. It just works. Yeah, I've heard of Arc browser. I like Firefox. I think I'm gonna stick to Firefox just because because of the Mozilla Foundation, and also because I don't want to use Chrome. Also, is Arc based on Chromium? Also, who are you, Bruce Snoop? Just coming in here advertising for the browser. Do you work for Arc? Regardless, it is one way of marketing. Just go into Twitch streams and ask people about it. But does anyone know? I'm not going to fill out a form to download this. Yeah, it's Chromium. Yeah, so that's the reason I wouldn't use Arc is because everything is Chromium. So Google is Chromium. Edge is Chromium. Brave is Chromium. I think even Vivaldi. Isn't Vivaldi Chromium? Everything's Chromium. Firefox is not Chromium. So we need competition, which is why I'm going to keep using Firefox. All right, Tailwind setup was great. Component library was set up. I think we gave that a 10 out of 10 as well. Well, is Vivaldi? I thought Vivaldi was opera. Are they separate? Yeah, Safari isn't Chromium either. Yeah, you're right about that. So, I mean, you could use Safari as well. But then again, Safari comes from Apple, which is a really big corporation. The Mozilla Foundation is a not-for-profit organization. I believe. I might have said that wrong. There's something specific about the Mozilla Foundation. Why are we talking about browsers? See that random user that had never sent a message in my chat derailed us so easily? It shouldn't be that easy to derail me. I have been coding for a long time, like over 15 years at this point. If you check out the frequently asked questions, I talk about my background and how long I've been programming. If you look in the personal section, yeah. So, I mean, I'm technically not self-taught because I did get a computer science degree, but how do I say this lightly? Even going to a university, you still have to teach yourself. You still have to. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm being very, very nice about this. Like, you still have to put the work in. And I mean, if you think about it, like most college courses, like it's just a professor up there rambling. I mean, I'm rambling right now. You're watching me ramble, but it's still up to you to go learn the things, right? So like, I don't know. I've been self-taught, even though I have a degree. I pretty much am like self-taught, even though I was getting a degree. I don't get the joke, Sonny. Daisy who? Daisy me rolling. I don't know. So component library setup was good. Yeah, so any kind of hands-on experience is going to teach you a whole lot more than class. And it doesn't have to be an internship or a job. Literally just you going to write your own code, solving your own problems, working on your own projects. You're going to learn so much more doing that versus just watching somebody talk about it. I mean, and the same idea applies to like watching a YouTube video or watching a Twitch stream. You got to go do it yourself. Oh, they see me rolling. They hate it. Wait, is that what it is? Oh, thank you, Eddie. And I think that's like the thing is like eventually I'm going to release a React course, but I'm doing my best to frame it in a way where you don't treat it like every other online course that you've taken. I guess it depends, because most people, like some people, know that they have to put in the work, right? They're watching an online course, but that doesn't mean you just copy the code exactly as the person presenting it. You take what you learned and try to apply it to a novel circumstance or to like your own app. And that's how you really learn. That's how you really show that you know the thing. So, yeah, and I think the same thing applies. I used to teach at a code school, and we used to tell our students, like, I can teach it to you, but I can't learn it for you. So you still, no matter what, you have to put in the work, right? Like it helps to have a good teacher, a good communicator that can break things down in a way that you otherwise wouldn't have gotten from like reading a book or reading an article or watching a YouTube video. But you still have to go and apply it yourself. There's no replacement for just going and doing it yourself. Yeah, and yeah, I agree with that. De Los Rios is like, other professions have a similar thing. For people that are just complacent with like doing what they've always known how to do and not reaching beyond that. Make real projects to learn. All right, off with Nuxt. We're giving this, did we give it a 4 out of 10? Yeah, we're giving this a 4 out of 10. Because we got it working. And just like, where are we at? I'm getting lost in my tabs here. Went to the wrong website. Just like there's a Tailwind module, there is an auth module. Now this auth module is not from the core team. If you click on it, it's actually from a team called Sidebase. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool, but and the thing about this is it is actually a wrapper around NextAuth, right? So we already talked about NextAuth. This is the de facto library for auth with Next.js. Auth.js is an attempt to make this framework agnostic. Sidebase auth was created before Auth.js was released, and this is their attempt to take NextAuth and wrap it so that they could use it with Nuxt. But what I think is going to happen is Auth.js is going to add a module for Nuxt, and then this won't be as relevant anymore. So keep using Next. I mean, you could come to that conclusion right now. I mean, what I'm going to argue is that like some of the things that Nuxt does is like miles ahead of all of these other things, but the ecosystem isn't as mature, especially because it took so long to get version 3 out. But full stack type safety in Nuxt, this gets a 10 out of 10. I'm going to show you an example in a second. But yeah, 4 out of 10 for auth with Nuxt. Full stack type safety, 10 out of 10. It's just built in, and it's kind of amazing. Four, 8, 9, 10. The 10, yeah, that's why I put the 10 out of 10 underneath. It's like you have to count the seedlings. But I agree. That's why I put the number. Let's show you full stack type safety. Okay. Over here in my server folder, I have this server API user. So I have this users route that actually requests data from my database. So I have Prisma client. I'm requesting all of the users from my database, and then I'm returning an object that has a users property, right? So I wrote this code. This is an API endpoint. If I go to my app/API/users, I'm going to get back an array of all the users in my database. Now, you wouldn't do this in the real world unless it's like an admin and you have auth. This was just the data we had, so I'm showing an example of it. But you write your API handler like this, and then in your page, you just use it. So they have this built-in use fetch, and if you've ever used TRPC, you'll probably be used to this, right? So if I say use fetch right here, instantly I get type completion for the API routes that are available to me. And all I had to do was create the specific API endpoints, right? Create your users, whatever other API endpoints in file-based routing. and then boom, you instantly get access to that in your component code, and you get type completion for the API URLs, and the types flow through. So data is a ref that has a user's property, and each of those users is of type user. So I get access to like name and everything else like that. So that's how easy full stack type safety is in Nuxt. You literally just define your API routes. You literally just call them, and it just works. And the other cool thing that it does is on initial server render, this code runs on the server. So it actually renders the page with the users inside of it. And then if you were to visit this page by navigating from another page, it makes an API request on the client. So then it turns into like a single page application request. So that's what's really cool right here is I wrote the code this way, but Nuxt is figuring out, should this code run on the server or should this code run on the client? And in this case, it's okay to run this code on the client because ideally in your API route, you would also have some sort of authorization, right? So you'd look at the incoming request, make sure that they have the right permissions to make this request, and then allow it to happen. Because if this happened on the front end, you would want to make sure, the front end basically would just get back a 401 error, right? It's not like I'm exposing any data or anything like that. I'm really just, the only way I'm exposing the data is through the endpoint. So this code always runs on the server. It's just a matter of, is this going to invoke this function to get the data back, or is this going to make an actual fetch request to get the data back? And Nuxt figures out how to do that. So I gave that a 10 out of 10. Super cool. Why is this complaining? Do I not have the Vue extension installed? I do. I don't know. It gets a 10 out of 10. In summary, Nuxt is really cool. It's just so new. It took so long to get version 3 out. It's like way behind in the ecosystem. And I don't really want to use the sidebase auth library. I talked about this earlier. I don't want to use this library because right now they are locked to a specific version of NextAuth, and they haven't fixed it to work with the latest version of NextAuth. And I think there's been like 4 or 5 version releases of NextAuth, which means that this is potentially dependent on a buggy version of NextAuth or a version that might have security vulnerabilities. I actually don't know what has been fixed in the latest version of NextAuth, but it's currently 4.18.7, and you have to use 4.18.0 or 4.18.2 with sidebase auth. But it's possible that there were actually like some security fixes in these releases, and I don't want to use a library that's dependent on like an older version of it. Which is why I might be hesitant to use NuxtAuth, but we could try to implement auth in another way. There was let's see if I can find it again. They removed Next Handler. Yeah, that's the issue. So this library needs to be updated. Also, maybe they just shift their efforts and maybe they help Auth.js to create a Nuxt adapter. That probably is the way to go. So this library wouldn't have to exist anymore. You just have a Auth.js Nuxt adapter. Yeah, okay. I'm running out of energy. Let's talk about Remix really quick. Auth core removed. Next handler. Okay. Remix project setup. 11 out of 10. They have a bunch of templates to pull from. They have so much example code. Like Remix, their documentation is kind of amazing. It's like, it's some really cool stuff. I mean, there's a lot of it, but also they do a really good job of giving examples, explaining everything else. Yeah. Linting and formatting. So we did run into some issues here, but the only reason was when I was trying to set up linting with Remix, Um, yeah, I see that, Gamer Acosto. It's like they took so long to support Vue 3, and then also the Vue ecosystem has had a hard time catching up with Vue 3. So like Vuetify only recently has support for Vue 3. And there's some other things in the ecosystem that still only support V2. So like that's the tricky part. What was I gonna show you? I just gave too much energy. I've been talking for so long. I was going to show this. So when I was setting up the ESLint config for Remix, I didn't realize that these things that we're extending all extend the React Airbnb or just like the React rules. And so when we're adding Airbnb to it, we don't need to include Airbnb that has the React rules if there's a conflict. But we did get it working, which is why I gave it a 6 out of 10. Drink stuff. I'll be honest, Killer, I didn't know you could scroll the Remix landing page. Look at that. That's pretty cool. They're really good at marketing. I think one of the aspects was they were a startup, or I think they are a startup, and they were getting funding early on. And like Remix actually was closed source early on. So it's like they did a really good job of like marketing and all of that. They're definitely a real contender. However, yeah, Tailwind was super easy to get set up. Like everything else was so easy. Auth, we specifically used Remix Auth. Is this it? Yeah, which isn't from the core team, but seems to be the de facto one that people use. And we also use Remix Auth provider Google, or whatever it's called. It was fine, but I just argue that there is a lot. Not argue. When we did the setup, there's a lot more extra code that was required to get auth working. I think we actually did this as like a little code challenge. Yeah. And the one thing I don't like about this is all of the extra code we had to add. So we've got our auth server, our session server, our specific implementation, or our specific use of the Google strategy, and then the actual route to do the callback for the specific provider, and then we have an actual login route which calls login. So it's like we had to create 4 or 5 different files just to get the whole integration, and that's fine. If you compare that with how easy it is to integrate NextAuth with Next, it's night and day, because NextAuth, literally one file, little bit of configuration, done. This requires a lot. Now, you could argue that with this much configuration, it is more configurable, right? Because each step along the way, you have the ability to like change things slightly if you need to. I would argue that you could do it the way NextAuth is doing it, but make these kinds of customizations available. Basically, we need a middle ground between like this and like NextAuth. How do I keep motivation for doing side projects? I don't. I just keep moving on to other side projects. All right, I'm out of energy, and I need to do Daily Programmer. So I think I might even, I'll give you all a quick rundown of my ratings for Next.js, and then I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I'll do some Daily Programmer problems. For Remix full stack type safety, I gave it a 7 out of 10, really because there's no magic, which I think a lot of people like. Like they like to see where everything is happening, but it is a lot of code to get things going. Like we were creating this post route that has a loader, but then we have to do this use loader of type. There isn't a lot of magic. which you get like with SvelteKit, right? We wouldn't have to do like this type of thing or anything. Like it just flows through. And like this is fine because this kind of seems like framework agnostic, right? We just have the data. You don't even have to know what we're using here. We just have a function that returns the data. And then over here, we're kind of like adapting it into Remix. But it still requires a little bit of work. Like if you compare this to how things are done in Nuxt or how things are done in SvelteKit, it's a bit more manual. Again, people would argue that they like this more because it's not hiding as much of the magic, but it's more code. It's more code in your code base, and it's a bit more cumbersome to get things set up. So I gave that a 7 out of 10. All right, and then lastly, Next.js. Project generation, I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. Like, I think the other issue with Next.js right now is like, I think by default their docs are not in TypeScript. I might just be missing something. How do I get the TypeScript documentation? There's probably a way, and I'm probably missing it. But that was one issue I had. Like the docs tell you to generate the app, but then to generate the app, like the option for TypeScript is secondary, and then all of the docs are not in TypeScript, so it's a bit tricky to like correlate what got generated versus what is in the docs. So I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. Setup was easy. We got that done. Tailwind super easy to add, and then auth was super easy because we just added next auth. I think the one thing that made me not want to use Next, so I think if I had to choose between Remix and Next.js, I probably would choose Remix because Next.js, everything is very manual, very, very manual. So, for instance, like this, I think I'll have an example with Next. Let's just show that. Like Next is even more manual than Remix. Remix at least makes things a little bit easier. Next, everything is so manual. So let's say I have this API route for users, right? So this lets me get the users from my database and returns them as an API response. Now let's say I want to use and also I did authorization here, so you must be logged in to get those lists of users. Now let's say you want to get those same users in your homepage. Code duplication, right? Like I literally have to get the session, I have to call the database. There's no easy way of calling an API handler in your get server-side props function. You basically just have to, you don't necessarily have to have as much duplicate code. You could create reusable functions, but there still are pieces of it that you need to duplicate because they're different depending on if it's get server-side props versus if it's an API handler. And so with Next, you need to write both of those, and it's pretty cumbersome. It's a lot more extra code. Now you could argue just use TRPC and you wouldn't have to do that. I argue that it's still a little bit more duplicate code because you still have to call the TRPC functions in here and call them. I guess TRPC probably creates these automatically for you, so it's probably a little less cumbersome. But the moment I read it in their documentation, it was like, you do not want to call an API function in your get server-side props. It literally said, don't do that. You need to separate them out. And that's just too much extra work. I haven't seen the beta docs yet. We specifically didn't go with beta because we wanted things that were stable. I mean, that's nice. They have dark mode. We also didn't do the app directory because that's still technically in beta. So yeah, it'll be cool to see what they do in Next 13 or whatever, but right now it doesn't support it. And so I probably would go the route of Remix because it has a way of doing that. So, yeah. You can call the API, but that would result in an extra round time trip. Yeah, but it's also like you would need, and it's like it's so much overhead because you would need to call the API from localhost. And then if you're doing that, you don't have access to the user context, which has like the user's cookies and stuff like that. The Nuxt example, like, this is, I think, how it should be, right? Like I define my API route here. That's an API route. I know that's always going to run on the server. This line of code, if it's running on the server, it's just going to invoke this function. It's not actually going to make an API request. If this is running on the client, this will make an API request to this API handler. But again, the code's super simple. It just figures out what to do. Okay. What am I doing? All of that to say, I still don't know what I'm going to choose. And I have tomorrow to think about it, because on Friday, we're going to hit the ground running. If you look at the schedule, on Friday, we're going to start building an app. And now that I think about it, we could spend the first day designing the database. And that is framework agnostic. So, what's up, Teddy B? Who likes Symfony? But Friday we're gonna write some code, whether it's database code or app code. No Remix. I don't understand Remix. Well, I would help you understand it, because I would teach it as I go. But if I had to be completely honest, right? So like, which one of these am I leaning towards? Probably SvelteKit. The thing is, like, the SvelteKit is newer, though. So the ecosystem is newer. We're going to run into issues that we haven't thought about yet, where there are not a lot of community examples, or maybe there might not even be a community library, right? So, like, the reason I would choose SvelteKit is because I think it's the future. I think they've made some really good design decisions. Yes. Okay, but wait. I like how magic Nuxt is, right? Like, I like I was just showing an example of this. Like, this is awesome, right? Like, the fact that this is just built into the framework, this is amazing. Write your code here, call it here, you get full stack type safety. It's really cool. Remix is just, and Next, they're both manual. You have to write so much more code with both of these. Does Quick even have a backend framework and stuff? Quick? Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, it's, even if I ran a poll, it's just a popularity contest. It's just a matter of, is it literally called Quick City? I've never heard of it. Quick? Whoa. That's cool. I hadn't heard of this yet, but I think it's too new, right? Like, is it even a stable release yet? Let's look at it on GitHub. Is it? Oh wait, is just Quick a mono repo? Yeah. Choose SvelteKit and all unfollow. I mean, come on. Yeah, I mean, so it's a sub version 1 beta. Too new. Yeah, no, exactly. And I think that's the main issue as well, because even the Nuxt ecosystem is also going to be harder, because Vue 3 is a thing that the ecosystem hasn't caught up to yet. Honestly, like, there's just not a good answer. Like, I want all of the nice magic and built-in features of both SvelteKit and Nuxt with the mature framework like Next, and it's just not there yet. So I don't know. I have the night to think about it. I have Friday morning to think about it, and then Friday we're gonna write some code. Yeah, and I think that's really where we're at right now. Is right decision fatigue, right? Like, which do I pick? What do I decide? If you pick SvelteKit now, you won't have to choose later. Yeah, I don't think you can skew my decision, because it's like, it kind of is decision paralysis, because I'm basically doing the pros and cons in my head, and it's constantly like, well, yeah, it's pretty nice, but it does this. Oh, well, that's pretty nice, but, you know, it's like, Dino Fresh is the feature too. I mean, Dino, it's different. It's just different. Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that, De Las Rios. I think we have a pretty good community here. People are pretty nice. What is the 6 thinking hats method? Aleph is the Dino thingy. Now I gotta learn a framework just to make a decision. Yeah, I know I didn't visit it. I gotta be careful the links I click. I mean, I know that's not a bad link, but I just need to stop clicking links is all I'm saying. So I need to choose a decision framework so that I can make my decision about all of these choices that I have. Don't click it, visit it. I mean, I'm good. I'll look at it later. Also, I'm an hour over. I know you all showed up expecting me to have a decision today, but I don't. You saw my thought process for all of these. You saw that I gave these a second chance. Oh, you were okay. I see. One at a time. Think from that perspective. That's a good summary. I like that. I mean, I think honestly, the more I think about it, let's do this. We're gonna rule out one of these right now, and then my decision is only down to 3. Yeah, and I think that's another consideration to make that people in the chat aren't really thinking about is, as a content creator, I should pick something that's really popular and people want to see. Next.js out. Yeah, probably. I mean, okay, we're gonna rule out Next.js. I'm not gonna use Next.js. My decision is now down to these 3. I think that's also where I'm leaning toward CodeBrains. I know there have been a lot of people in the chat that were basically like, "Oh, don't choose Svelte or I'm out." But SvelteKit, it's the future. Like it does so many cool things. Like, so again, we haven't talked about these things, but the way SvelteKit does all of these things it has some of the best ways of doing all of these things versus the other frameworks. So don't use Svelte or I'm out, says Lance. Yeah. 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 Yeah, and again, I think people are also just being a little bit silly and saying, "Oh, well, I'm out if you choose SvelteKit," but I think they would still potentially they'd tune in, they'd see what SvelteKit has to offer. I think. Stop it, aerodynamic things. That's not nice. Here's the thing. So while SvelteKit does things in a really cool way, I will admit that some things seem a little bit awkward. Let's go in there. Like, if you compare it to the other frameworks, it does seem a little bit awkward. But I think like there's a reason for that. There's a reason we have page.server and page.svelte. Like, it's a very clear delineation between client and server. And I mean, this syntax of like plus page, like this is awkward, but and like the bigger your code base gets, you have all of these plus pages everywhere. So like that's awkward, but they do it for a reason. Like it very clearly delineates where things happen, and like it allows the framework to know what you want it to do. But yeah, and I think that's kind of my feeling, CodeStank, is like it's just so different from everything else that I've used. So yeah, I mean, I like that idea killer, but I just don't think it'll happen. Like I think community ports and everything else like that, it's like it's a lot to ask from people. So CodeBrains ignores my React content. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, I'm not saying that like people already mentioned like next version 13, they're going to be adding a lot of the things that I think are missing right now, and like Nuxt 3 is only like all of these are only going to get better. It's just a matter of what do we choose right now. Yeah. Using an external API with SvelteKit makes it slower on load. Oh, I have no idea why that would happen. Triplicate my work. Yeah. Oh, that's good to know. Just 7 stars. So they actually found me because of my Svelte YouTube videos. Yeah. Yeah, let's talk about... Yeah, I didn't even talk about the app idea. I'll tell you what I'm going to be building. And then I'm going to take a quick break. And then we are going to solve the problem. Reverse a string. Now, you may be thinking, well, that's a simple problem. Can you reverse a string without using any built-in methods? Right now, right here, right now, all you have are for loops, string concatenation, variable assignment. That's all you got. Can you reverse a string? I mean, you're saying yes, but can you actually write the code to do it? Okay. The app we're going to be building will allow users to... Everyone says yes. But what I'm saying is you can't do split reverse join. You can't do that. You can't do split reverse join. You cannot use arrays. You can only use strings. You can only use for loops. You can only use string concatenation. Yeah, strings are technically like an array of characters in a way. Maybe not most efficient. The thing is, it can be the most efficient solution because split reverse join. So split creates a new array, so that's more memory. Plus it has to iterate over the string, so that's one iteration. Reverse is another iteration. And then join creates more memory because it needs to create a new string. So it's like more memory, more iteration. A single loop with a single variable. Okay, regardless. The app we're going to build is an app that will allow users to create lists of YouTube channels. So the idea is you'll log in. Let's say I create a list, and I want to create a list of cooking channels. So I can go in and I can add the Babish Culinary Universe, Maddie Matheson, You Suck at Cooking, Munchies, probably Bon Appetit. I don't watch them as much anymore, but basically all of the cooking channels that I like to watch, I want to put them in a list, and then I want to be able to press play. And for one, I could get a random video from all of that subset of channels, or I could see a feed of all of the recently published videos from those specific channels. Or I can almost just have like an automatic TV where I can just press play, and now I'm getting random videos from those specific creators. So in a way, it's an app that's more human curated rather than algorithm curated, because people will be the ones to create the list of channels. And so it could be cooking. I also watch skateboarding on YouTube, so we could have all the skateboarding channels like Thrasher and Ride and Pau Peralta and Nike skateboarding and all of those other things you could put in a list. You could also have a list of like JavaScript tutorials channels. Because right now on YouTube, there really isn't a way to do that of specific channels, right? So if you go to YouTube and then you click on home, these are going to be videos suggested by the algorithm. And then up at the top, you technically can choose categories, but these are also like curated categories. So if I click on computer programming, this is going to have channels that I'm not even subscribed to, which is fine. I mean, that is good for finding new channels. But I also want to be able to just say, show me computer programming from these specific channels that I follow. Basically like vetted channels that I know that I want to see content from. And so basically you're going to be more in control of your feed. YourTube. Oh, we'll probably get a cease and desist if we call it that. Yeah, and that's the other thing is you could create playlists, but that's of specific videos. I want to say, give me all the videos from these 4 YouTube channels. And there isn't a way to do that on YouTube, as far as I know. I think there's like some browser extensions you can add. YourTube. Is PocketTube like an Android app? YouTube? Well, the name for the app, I don't think I'm not going to pigeonhole myself into like anything YouTube specific, because this same concept could be applied to Instagram content. Like, I mean, basically this is me fighting the algorithm revolution, right? So like Instagram shifted to pushing videos from the algorithm. Like, it's a lot harder to watch things from people that you follow. Similar like with YouTube Shorts. So you could basically, after we get it working with YouTube, we could now integrate Instagram, and now you can have a list of all your favorite artists on Instagram, or all your favorite makers or creators on Instagram, or all of your favorite food things. Like, same thing, but with Instagram instead. And then similarly, you could do it with music as well. I know Spotify already has like kind of like a social thing. Like, you can look at playlists that other people have created and stuff like that. But think about being able to like discover new artists just because someone you like has a list of like all their favorite punk rock artists or something like that. Yeah. Dissident emerging energy. SvelteTube. We'll come up with a name. And it's got to be a catchy name too, because like Fresh Spots was pretty catchy, and people like that. So that's what we're going to be building. Tune in on Friday. You can check the schedule here. Tune in on Friday, day one of that app. Comfort Zone. Uplay. Is it possible to convert SvelteKit apps to mobile apps easily? I haven't looked into that. You could probably make it work with like capacitor.js. But yeah, like Oscar is saying. Okay, let's close VS Code. Let's just get that out of here. Let's go to Daily Programmer. And let's do episode 1. No, this last episode was episode 0. Yeah, you can do this with iteration, loops, and string manipulation. You don't even need to know array methods to do this. I didn't... I said several wrong things in my Daily Programmer video. I got wrong saying that something was a multiple. I got that reversed. But modulus is the operation. Modulo, is like the percent sign. Modulo is how you talk about it. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I try to keep things organized. I'm trying my best here. Yeah. So 3 is not a multiple of 15. 15 is a multiple of 3. Yeah, I got that wrong. I left it in the video though. I don't know if you've seen this, but some YouTube channels have access to a thing called corrections. Stand Up Maths. If you're not subbed to Stand Up Maths, you absolutely should be. What's his name? Is it Matt Parker? What's his name? Anybody know his name? Yeah, I got it right. Matt Parker. Oh, it says it in the title. Okay. So yeah, he has a ton of videos about like maths and stuff, and he's done. I think before I even found his YouTube channel, I had seen a talk that he did, or it's basically like stand-up comedy, like a presentation, but it was math focused. I don't know. He's really cool, but I did see it in one of his videos, because one of his videos got really popular when he analyzed like, did Dream actually cheat in his speed run? Modulo is the operator. Modulus is the number you're operating by. Percent is modulo. 5 is the modulus. I see. I think I'll remember that. So like I modulus 3. 3 is the modulo. No, I got that wrong. I mod I modulo 3. 3 is the modulus. Here we go. Yeah, so you can see in the description, he added this section called corrections, and then put them in a list, and the YouTube UI like automatically loads those corrections somewhere. I have a YouTube plugin. Oh, here they are. Yeah, you can see in the description just like chapters can get extracted out from timestamps. Corrections now get extracted out, and so this makes a lot of sense for like explainer channels and like math channels and stuff like that, because you can literally in the description put a timestamp and say like this is the correction, and this is really cool. But not all YouTube channels have access to this. I don't think I have access to this yet, but I think I'll use it eventually, because there are sometimes I say the wrong thing, especially when I'm doing it live, so it'll be nice to have that feature. All right. We're going to do this one. It calls this an 8Q? Yeah, I guess technically people would call this... super simple, especially like if you're doing split reverse join. Oh, thank you, Metatron. Welcome in. Yeah, appreciate that. Okay. Honestly, this is not a good problem description. Write a function that accepts a string. Return the string in reversed form. Is there a better way to write this? You actually like the AC in the background? Some people have mentioned that. Some people find it annoying. Let's ask ChatGPT. Please write this with better grammar. Reverse the form of the string and return it. Okay, I can write a more descriptive problem description for this. Beautiful, that's what I wanted to see. Write a function that takes in a string as input and returns the string with its characters in the opposite order. That's a good problem description, right? That's way better. We'll say return the string with its characters in the opposite order. Well, I don't think I'm going to make a requirement that it has to be in place versus you have to create a new one. You can reverse the string in place or with a new variable. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. To sign up for this, you needed to give it a real phone number, too. I tried giving it my Google Voice number, and it was like, nope. But it's really to prevent abuse. So I won't even add that as a constraint. You can reverse the string in place or with a new variable. Do not use any built-in array methods. I'm not even going to say that. I'm going to say, try to solve this without using any built-in array methods. Split, reverse, join are all built-in array methods. So someone asked earlier if I made a decision on the full stack framework. I didn't. We ruled out Next.js, so we're definitely not going to use Next.js. But now it comes down to SvelteKit, Nuxt, and Remix. We have to make a decision there. Yeah, I wouldn't say don't use replace either. Basically, we're going to solve this like the cavemen did. We only have loops. We only have variables. There's nothing else available to us. Can we solve it? And it's not that hard, but I know JavaScript developers that would have a really hard time doing this. I think because I came from academia, like because I got a computer science degree, like I learned how to solve stuff like this in Java and like C++ very early on. And basically like thinking like a programmer, I think involves like iterations, manipulation, that kind of thing. Once you start introducing like methods that just exist within whatever language you're using, it's hiding those implementation details from you. So I think you need to be able to solve it without those so that you know what they're doing when you use them. You can use as many variables as you want. Yeah, you just none of that. And then I think I'm just going to have this ready to go. You need to learn how to walk until you can run. Where do we solve this? You can solve this over on Code Wars, but I'm about to record Daily Programmer for tomorrow, which I'm going to upload to YouTube, which is why I'm doing this right now. I taught myself HTML, CSS, ActionScript all before I got a computer science degree, but I learned just by using web resources, like web tutorials, and honestly, like a lot of copy pasting of code. And then eventually I got a computer science degree. Send the string to Postgres and reverse it with a built-in function. What did Blue Hippie say? Oh, you have a solution? Yeah, that'll work. That'll definitely work. Is it worth getting a degree? I think if you're older, right? Like I think if you don't have 3 or 4 years of your life, I guess even 2 years if you can get like an associate's degree. If you don't have years of your life that you can spend not making an income because you're in university, well, if you have the time, do it. And I think like when you're younger, you can do that because you don't have any responsibilities yet. You don't have a family, you don't have kids, you don't have bills to pay. So it's easier to get your education when you're younger. If you're already an adult and you've got kids and a family to support, it's going to be a lot harder to spend 3 or 4 years of your life getting a degree. So what I'm saying is if you're later on in your life, it might make sense to go to a code school where you can get where you can learn to do these things. Some of the code schools are like 12 weeks. Some are like 6 to 7 months, with varying degrees of success, right? Ultimately, it does come down to you. Like, you can't just go to a code school and then just expect to get a job. You do have to put in a lot of work. So, all of that to say, if you're later on in life, I think probably code school is going to be enough. I say it will be trickier if you don't have any form of college degree, because a lot of companies require that you have a college degree, even if it's not in computer science. But we're getting more and more, there are companies that are willing to hire programmers that don't have a degree of any kind. So, yeah. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm actually going to take like a 15-minute break. I've been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes. While I'm gone, I'm going to leave you with today's daily programmer. And then I'll be back and we'll solve this reverse a string live. What do we want? That. Yes, Daily Programmer, episode 0. And then we're going to record episode 1 when I get back. Okay, I'll be back when this video is over. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ, and today we're doing the Daily Programmer. So this is a show, comes out multiple times a week, where we will solve coding problems. This is episode 0, and in today's episode we're going to be solving Fizzbuzz. So Fizzbuzz is a group word game, originally for children, but it's become a pretty common interview task if you're applying for a programming job. Though I don't know how common it is these days just because it's so well known. But we're going to attempt to solve it. And I am solving the one from Code Wars. It's pretty much the same everywhere. You read about the problem, but this is what we'll be solving. So here we go. I'm labeling this as a beginner problem. If you know how to use loops, if you know how to use conditionals, if you know about modulo or modulus, and if you know about string manipulation, you can solve these problems. These are the things you need to know. If you know those things, you can solve this problem, which is why I'm labeling this as a beginner problem. Now, I will be solving this with JavaScript, but you're open to solve this problem in any programming language that you're comfortable with, but all of my examples are going to be in JavaScript. Okay, so the problem description is, return an array containing the numbers from 1 to n. Replace certain values if any of the following conditions are met. If the value is a multiple of 3, use the value fizz. If the value is a multiple of 5, use the value buzz. If the value is a multiple of 3 and 5, use the value fizzbuzz. In will never be less than 1. And so what we mean by in is the parameter passed into the function. So if in is 3, then we need to return an array that has 1, 2, and fizz, because 3 is divisible by 3, or is a multiple of 3. So it would be 1, 2, fizz. If for instance, if you called your function with the value 16, you'd get back this long array where you have 1, 2, fizz, 4, buzz, fizz, 7, 8, fizz, buzz, 11, fizz, 13, 14, fizz, buzz, 16, etc. And your function should work for any arbitrary number of n. So this is the problem. Let's solve it. Okay, so I need a function called fizzbuzz, and this takes in a number n, and we can show our example problem here, fizzbuzz of 3, where we are expecting it to output 1, 2, fizz, like this. We're just going to log out the result of this. and I'll call it Fizzbuzz all lowercase, and then I'm going to start up a tool called Quokka. So Quokka runs my code inside of the editor. So you can see right now, Fizzbuzz is returning undefined, so I need to write the actual code to do it. Now, what's nice about this problem description is it essentially contains all of the pseudocode we need to solve it. Like I can literally take I could take this problem description, paste it, and comment it out, and we essentially now have the pseudocode for solving this. I think a few things that are missing we'll add now. So let's see. One thing we're going to need for this is a place to store the result, right? So we're given in, which is just a number, but we need to return an array that has all of the numbers inside of it. So a little bit of pseudocode here is I need a place to store the results, whether it's numbers or fizz or buzz or fizzbuzz. So a place to store them. And then I need to iterate from 1 up to n. So iterate from 1 up to and including n. So we're going to have a loop that goes 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to what n is. Inside of that loop, if the value is a multiple of 3, then we will say, instead of use the value fizz, we'll just say push the value fizz into the result. If the value is a multiple of 5, we'll say push the value buzz into the result. And if the value is a multiple of 3 and 5, push the value fizzbuzz into the result. Else, push the value itself. Right? So, and then after all of this, we need to return the results. And I could also say right here, like a place to store the results is actually a list, right? Or an array. Something that can hold on to multiple values, right? So this is my pseudocode. I can now turn this into actual code. Let's do it. So I'm going to have a result variable called results. It starts off empty. We don't know anything yet. We need to iterate up to the number to decide if we're going to push in. Now we need a loop that goes from 1 up to and including n. So in this case, we'll have a for loop. We're going to use I as our iterator. It starts off as 1. We want to go while I is less than or equal to n because we want to go all the way up to the number that's passed in. So in the case of 3, we want 1, 2, and 3. So we're going to do less than or equal to n. And on each iteration, we'll increment I by 1. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 in this case. Awesome. Now, inside of the loop, we can pull this logic in here. So if the value is a multiple of 3, so if the value, I, is a multiple of 3, the way we can do that in JavaScript is using the modulus operator. So the percent sign returns the remainder of division. So if I say I modulus 3, if I is divisible by 3 evenly, then this will return 0. So if I mod 3 is equal to 0, then we can push the value fizz into the result here. So if I mod 3 equals 0, that means it's evenly divisible by 3. We can say results.push, and we want to push the value fizz like that. Great. Now we can do the same thing if it's divisible by 5. So if divisible by 5, pass in buzz. So that takes care of that. And then if it's divisible by 3 and 5. Now, if you know maths, and if you don't, that's okay, because we're going to talk about it. But if you know maths, if something is divisible by 3 and 5, it would have gotten caught by this first, right? So if, for example, the number 15, 15 is 3 is a multiple of 15, and 5 is a multiple of 15. But with the code, the way it's written right now, if we come across, for example, the number 15, we're going to immediately exit with just fizz. So this condition actually needs to happen before the other two. So we can say if I mod 3 is 0 and I mod 5 is equal to 0, then we push Fizzbuzz. So that goes here, and this will be Fizzbuzz like that. But now we've taken care of that, right? Because if it's divisible by both, only push Fizzbuzz. If it's divisible by 3, push Fizz. If it's divisible by 5, push Buzz. Great. At the end of it all, if none of these conditions have been met, we just keep the number itself. So we'll just say, otherwise, results.push 1. Or not 1, I. The value itself. And this should do it. So now if we return results, we get back 1, 2, Fizz. So we've written the code correctly. I would say this is a pretty standard solution. We could clean it up a little bit. Like some of the duplication here is the fact that we have multiple pushes into the array, so we could clean that up a little bit. So let's actually rewrite this with a little bit of a refactor. But I would also say, like, if you've solved it this way, good to go. Like, you don't have to worry about refactoring this. But I would say in an interview, they're probably going to ask you, well, what's another way that we could write this? And one thing to think about, and kind of the code duplication that we have here, is that we're pushing into an array multiple times. So how could I rewrite this code so that I only push into the array once? We could store our result in a variable, right? So I could say result starts off as the empty string. So it starts off with nothing. And then if I is divisible by 3 evenly, we can say result. We're gonna add the word fizz to it like this, and then also if it's divisible by 5, then we can add buzz to it. So if it's only divisible by 3, result just gets fizz put into it. If it's only divisible by 5, it only gets buzz. But now we were able to remove that extra check, because if we check 3 first, then we check 5. For example, if you have like 15, it's going to add fizz to result, then buzz to result. So now we've kind of taken care of that all in one go. And now that we've done that, we can check. So like if result has a value, then that means it was divisible by 3 or 5 or both. So we could say results.push that result. Otherwise, just push I, right? Results.push I. Because if result was still the empty string, then that means we didn't make it into either of these conditionals. So we just push I itself. And this should work in the same way. It does. You can see right now that Quokka is telling me that this line of code isn't executed, because in our example, we only checked up to 3. If we also want to check 5 and make sure that that code runs, we can see it works for that as well. 1, 2, fizz, 4, buzz. We can also check it for like much larger numbers, like let's say 16. We can see the result here. So 1, 2, fizz, 4, buzz, fizz, 7, 8, fizz, buzz, 11, fizz, 13, 14, fizz. I know what I did wrong. We left this else here. So in the case where it was divisible by 3 and 5, it didn't go into is it divisible by 5. But now that we've refactored it this way, we actually can remove that else statement, because we can check both. So fizz and then buzz if it's divisible by 15. So that should fix it in this case. So fizz, fizz, buzz, 16. Nice. Awesome. So that's really all the ways that I can think to solve this particular instance of the problem. I'm actually live on Twitch right now, so I'm going to pull open the Twitch chat. Get ready, Twitch chat. I'm going to pull open the Twitch chat. And if anyone has suggestions for how I solved this, or if they solved it in a different way, or if you want to share a link to a GitHub gist where you have your solution to it, I'll be happy to look at it. So here I come, Twitch chat. Where are you at? Oh, thank you, Jicom. Thank you for the claps. Yeah, again, this is a good point, Katoli. Let's actually talk about this. So specifically, we're in JavaScript right now, and basically what I've done is I put the empty string into result, and right here I'm saying if result has a value, push that result in. If it doesn't have a value, push I in. And so the reason that works in JavaScript is because the empty string is a falsy value. So if the string remains empty after going through these two if statements, then that means it's not divisible by 3 or 5. And so this is really using the fact that result is potentially a falsy value in order to do that. So that's a good point. Yeah. So people caught it. They're like, hey, you got to get rid of that else statement. Appreciate that. Yeah. Thanks to Brendan Knight for JavaScript. Sure. See if anybody said anything else. 3 is a multiple of 15? Yes, because 3 times 5 is 15. Yeah. Solve it with a reduce to build out the array output. I'm not opposed to that. Yeah. The tricky part about solving this with reduce is JavaScript doesn't have a good built-in way of creating an array of a given length, like with a range of numbers. Well, we can do it, and I'll show you a pretty cool trick to do it. But yeah, so let's do it. So let's write it with a reduce. I'm open to that, American 2050. So here's the tricky part. So in order to create an array of a given length, in JavaScript, you can say array.from, pass it an array-like object. With an array-like just means it has a length. And so this is going to create a new array. And ultimately, we can just like return this. Now, the other thing is you can pass in a function, which gives you the current value and then the index. Now, because I created an array from nothing, the current value is just going to be undefined. So basically, we can like disregard that value. And then we can take all of our code and put it into this. So, but it's still going to be a little bit trickier because now I is 0 based. So we could do it like this. We could say I plus equals 1. So because I is going to start at 0, it'll be 0, 1, 2, 3, but we actually want to start at 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to the end. And instead of pushing into results, we just return the value. So if result has a value, return result, and otherwise return I, like this. And the reason this works is this second function that got passed into array from actually is the it's kind of like a map function. So actually, I didn't even solve this with a reduce, but I would argue if you're going to solve it this way, stop here. And it looks like I got it right there. But I would stop here because if you did like this same thing and then you just did a reduce for it, really you wouldn't do a reduce. I think you would do a map because we're already creating an array of that length, and then you would want to map that array to get the new results array, right? So if you have an array that has 1, 2, 3, you want to map it to an array of 1, 2, fizz. So honestly, I would stop here. There were a lot of people that thought that was me. That's not me. That's yesterday me. This is today me. And I was on a break, so I'm back. But here I am, and here all of you are. Yeah, okay, so that's one refactor that we did make, my friend, is, I mean, I closed the video already, but return result or I. So. How do I know it's not you yesterday, just saying it's me today? You're going to have to trust me. Nice. Cool. You really thought it was me? Yeah. So, but so if you haven't yet, please go watch my YouTube video, or at least put it on in the background if you've already seen it. That's the video that we were just watching, is my recently published YouTube video. You're new? Yeah, welcome in, 8bot. Yeah, and thank you for that follow. But what we're about to do is record day 1 and day 2 of Daily Programmer. Yeah, we made that refactor. So I do have a GitHub repo for this. Daily Programmer. And that refactor was when I was live yesterday, somebody was like, hey, just return this. I was like, yeah, that's a good point. Because then we don't have that. The other thing I could have done here is results.push result or I. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of Redwood. In speaking about like full stack frameworks, Redwood specifically separates out the front end and the back end. I don't believe Redwood has anything built in for like hybrid single page application versus server side rendering. And that's really what we're looking for in these other frameworks that we're looking at. So do it with only types in TypeScript. Yeah, and that's another, Shaggy, that's another thing we could have done that I didn't do, where basically right here, instead of doing return result or I could say if not result, result equals I, and then just return result. There's a couple more ways to like write that last return statement. But I would still have to check, does result have a value? Because there's no else statement here. I have two if statements there. Yeah, this is Timon's solution from yesterday in TypeScript. The almost enterprise edition with constants and like a generic function to do the replace. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's the same meaning, just in a different scenario, but I get what you mean, Mysterious. It's like, sometimes it's in an if statement for or. I mean, I still think about it as or, so return this or this, and because of the falsy nature of JavaScript. Yeah, so it's never, if you ever see it like this, it's never a Boolean unless the values themselves are Booleans. If you see it like this, then it's the value itself. So if result has anything in it, whether it's a number or a string or an array, I mean, technically, if result had 0, that's falsy, so it actually would return this. But yeah, it's not returning a Boolean, it's returning the value itself. But if that value is falsy, it returns this value. But I think, I don't know if there's another name for it, because it is technically the or operator. Let's just look up operators. I don't think, with question mark is nullish coalescing. So I think result, we could get it to work, but we'd have to initialize result to null. So if we initialized result to null instead of empty string, we could use nullish coalescing right here. Expressions and operators. It won't work as result, right? Because it's not null or undefined. Empty string is falsy. It's a falsy value. We can look up falsy on MDN. They'll list out all of the falsy values. So technically, empty string, any kind of empty string is falsy. 0, false, null, undefined, nan, all of these are falsy values. So it's like, I mean, honestly, this is some of the reasons why people don't like JavaScript, because in other programming languages, you couldn't do that. Like, you'd have to convert it to a Boolean. Like, you'd have to have an if statement that says if result is not the empty string. In this case, we're just using the falsy value. Basically, JavaScript is going to coerce that behind the scenes. Oh, really? Thank you, 8bot. I'll have to fix that. Is it in my about, or where is the URL wrong? Because this one will work, but if it's in my about, that's probably the one that's wrong. Okay, that works. That doesn't work. Honestly, let me just fix that really quick. I don't know how many... I just have to go do it on my server real quick. I can create a symlink. String, number, Boolean, big int, undefined, null. Symbol? Is that, you're listing all the primitives? Okay, that didn't work. Yeah, and I think, like, I guess object would also be in that list too, but it's not a primitive, it's like just another type. Okay, this isn't as easy as a fix as I thought it was going to be, but in chat rules, it's wrong. Okay, I think I can. Let me just fix the chat rules real quick. Yeah, that's really what mainly what I need to do. But I also have to find where are the chat rules in Twitch. Channel? Moderation? Yeah, great. Thank you, 8bot. You're nice. You're a nice person. Thank you for following my channel. Thank you for letting me know. I can't believe we've gone that long without anybody noticing. It's probably because nobody looks at the frequently asked question. nobody reads the manual. But thank you for letting me know. It should be fixed now. I mean, the chat rules are fixed. I'll have to do it after stream. I need to write a redirect on FAQs to FAQ on my back end. All right. What was I looking for? I really just wanted to see the OR. Yeah, the logical OR operator. Because is this called anything else? Nobody reads the chat rules. Yeah. Short circuit evaluation. Yeah, so this is where it describes what we're doing specifically. Do this or do this. You sent a message when the order page had visible tags. Nice! You're like, hey, you got a bug. Here's some free chocolate. Yeah, so I really was just looking this up for mysterious. This is where it talks about what you can expect to happen. Really, the only time it gets turned into a Boolean, like true or false, is if it's in an if statement or an if-else statement. When it's like this, even this says evaluate this part. If that evaluated to false, then evaluate this part. If that evaluated to true, then it results in true. Evaluate, so because it's the OR operator, evaluate this part. If this evaluates to true, then we don't even need to evaluate the right-hand side, so this just resolves to true. That's almost always how I look at OR statements. Because OR is either or, it's always going to do the least amount of work, meaning it checks the one on the left first, and if that one is false, it's going to check the one on the right. But if the one on the left was true, it won't even try to check the one on the right. But honestly, I think that's the easiest way to clear that up in your mind. If you see an OR statement that is not in an if statement, it's going to resolve the expression. If you see an OR statement here, it will resolve to a Boolean, which then will resolve the if or else. Hopefully that helps. All right, let's do another daily programmer. Yeah, and I guess that is good to know that in other programming languages it behaves a very similar way. So like once you'll learn it once, it'll apply everywhere you go. All right, I'm about to record a YouTube video, so I'm going to hide the Twitch chat. The no replace rule gets in the way of the perfect method. I don't know. You can post GitHub links, just make sure they're appropriate. Yeah. No, there's no mod, so if you do ! keyboard, it's the same one. And I think I got the one that has brown switches. But no mods, just the Royal Kludge, the ones that it comes with. Oh, you have okay, yeah. So, here's the thing. I'm gonna be solving this, and it's probably gonna take me like at least 10 minutes because I'm gonna solve it one way. I'll solve it another, and then I'm gonna pull open the Twitch chat. So when I pull open the Twitch chat, if you've solved it in some other way, feel free to throw your solution as a link, and I'll try to take a look at it. Yeah. Okay. Am I ready? I don't even know. I like my My air conditioner is really loud right now. I kind of want to turn it off. I'm gonna go do that. I'll be right back. I'm back. It'll be just a second before my air conditioner fully shuts off, but yeah. Yeah, and so this is like the canonical JavaScript developer solution, but I do say try to solve this without using any built-in string or array methods. I honestly will solve it with array methods, but yeah. So the issue is if I use RTX voice, it gets rid of that background noise, but then you can't hear my keyboard, and a lot of people like the sound of my keyboard. So it's like it's either one or the other, because RTX voice even removes like keyboard sounds. And this is episode 1. How CJ says boolean. 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 Yeah. Boolean? Boolean? Okay. So, like I said, I'm going to hide Twitch chat. But when I bring you back open, if you have a solution to reverse a string, submit it as a GitHub gist. So gist.github.com. As long as you're logged in, you can create a file, like a single JavaScript file, and share that link in the Twitch chat. I don't want to click any other links except for gist links, GIST links. Well, thank you. Yeah, and also you can see, like, I know how I'm going to solve it, but I'm also going into this kind of blind because you're going to see my process as I remember how to solve this, because I'm going to solve it. You'll see me. You'll see me do it. All right, I'll see you in 15 minutes. Here, I'm going to change my my desktop background too. Let's do this one. No, not that one. This one. No, not that one. Yeah. Okay. I did get a new Mac, but I haven't talked about it yet. My wife got it for me for Christmas. I don't know how to feel about it. I've never gotten a gift this expensive before, and I still don't know how to feel about it or talk about it. But yes, I have a new MacBook. Hide in the chat. Hide in the followers. All right. Oh, I guess I'll hide the drop game too. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Daily Programmer Episode 1, where we are going to be solving reverse a string. So this is also another classic interview problem where you need to take a string and put it in reverse order. I'm still classifying this as a beginner problem because if you know iteration and loops and string manipulation, you can solve this problem. So let's look at the problem description. Write a function that takes in a string as input. Return the string with its characters in the opposite order. You can reverse the string in place or with a new variable. Note: try to solve this without using any built-in string or array methods like split, reverse, join. All of those are built-in array methods. I want you to try solving it without them. Now, you should still be able to solve it with them, but you should be able to solve it without them too. And an example of this is, let's say we have a function called reverse string. It takes in hello, and it should return OELLEH, the reverse version of that. And if you pass in world, it should return DLROW, which is the reversed version of that. So I'm going to do my best to solve this first without any built-in methods, a couple more ways, and then I will show you how to do it with built-in methods. I suggest that you try this yourself without watching my solution first, then come back to the video and see how I solve it. So let's get going. I will solve this first with pseudocode. So just one aspect of being a programmer is being able to solve things without code. Like, you need to be able to strategically think through the problem without code. So we're going to do that first. And we'll do that with comments. So in order to reverse this string, I'm going to do it not in place first. So in place means I would be modifying the existing string. I'm just going to build up a brand new string for this. That'll be the first way that I solve it. So in order to do that, I need a place to store the reverse string. Okay, so we start there. We need somewhere to store it. Then I'm going to iterate over the input in reverse, right? So if I look at this string and I start from the end, it's going to be really easy to put it onto this reverse string because if I start at the end, I can just append O and then L and then L, then E and then H. So I'm going to iterate over the input in reverse. I'm going to append the current letter to the reverse string. And after we're done, return the reversed string. So this is my pseudocode. I've thought through how I'm going to do this, right? Like, if you think about it, as a human, most humans that know how to read and write can reverse this string without any sort of algorithm. They can just look at it and look at me, I've reversed it. But really, my algorithm inside my head was look at the last one and then go from there, and that's how I was able to reverse it. So I took that algorithm in my head and tried to convert it into specific steps. Now is the tricky part, because now we need to convert this into code. And like this piece right here, I think some of you that are newer to for loops, you might even have an issue with iterating in reverse. You're like, how do I do that? Is it less than? Is it greater than? Where does stuff go? But we'll figure it out. So let's turn this into actual code. So first, we need a place to store the reverse string. I'm going to create a variable called reversed string, and we'll initialize that to the empty string because it starts off as nothing. Then we iterate over the input in reverse. How do we do that? For loop. We'll have an iterator that starts at the end, right? So typically when you write a for loop, you start at 0. In this case, we need to start at the end. So I'm going to start at input.length. But you'll know the characters in a string are 0-based indexed. So I actually want to start at length -1, because length -1 is going to give me the index for that very last character in the string. And I want to iterate while I is greater than or equal to 0. So I is going to start off as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, -1, 4. So I is going to start off as 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, then 0, which is going to be the H in this instance. And I want that. And then -1 will break out because we're past it. So I want to go while I is greater than or equal to 0. And then I will increment I on each iteration. Not increment, decrement, because we're going in reverse. So decrement I on each iteration, and now we'll do the business. So append the current letter to the reverse string. So that's, now that I've figured out the hard part, which is doing a for loop in reverse, now I can just say reverse string plus equals input at I, right? So I'm basically starting at the end, going one by one until I get to the beginning, and then after all of that is done, I have myself a reversed string. Okay, let's start up Quokka. So Quokka is a tool that's going to automatically run my code, so we'll be able to see these outputs here. So I can see right now I returned the wrong thing, and I added to the wrong thing. So this is a little bit confusing, but my function is called reverse string, and my variable is called reversed string with a D. I'm honestly going to just rename this to output, so that I don't confuse myself and make little typos like this. So now you can see my editor was complaining too. Whenever you see a gray variable, that means that variable wasn't being used. But now let's see if I did it. Yes, so this is going to output ole, and this is going to output dro. Cool. So we solved it. We solved it by going in reverse. Let's solve it again, but we can do it without going in reverse. So if we change up the kind of concatenation that's happening right here, we can do it with a regular plain old for loop. So let's do that. Now again, I would recommend, if you're new to programming, write your for loops from scratch every time so you can get really used to what each of these things are doing, because these are some of the most bugs I see in people's code. Like they do greater than versus greater than or equal to, or they start here instead of starting at input length -1. Just be really careful with each one of these to make sure you're doing the right thing. So in this case, if we're going up from the beginning to the end, I'll start I at 0. Because that's going to start on the H here. And then I want to go while I is less than input.length. Because the length here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The length is 5. When I is 4, that's actually the last one. That's O. And then when I is 5, 5 is not less than 5, so it breaks out. So in this case, I just want less than input.length. And then in this case, I want to increment by 1 on each iteration. Now, the piece that needs to change is this right here. And so instead of appending to our output, we need to prepend the output, right? So if I am going from the beginning to the end here, then I need to, on my output, first I'm going to put H. And then when I come across E, I need to put E in front of H. And then when I come across L, I need to put L in front of that. So in order to do that, I can say output equals input at I plus output. So I basically reverse the concatenation. So we take the existing output and then put the new letter in front of it. So now that our for loop is going forward, we're constantly putting a new letter in front instead of putting the reversed letter, or like the last letter, on the end. And this works in the same way, right? So these two solutions are fairly similar. You could also look at this line of code right here. Like if you look at how if we don't do the shorthand plus equals, what I'm actually writing here is I'm saying output equals output, I'll get this, output plus input at I. So without the shorthand, that's actually what this line of code means. And you can see how when we're going forward, we actually flip those two. So that way it's like, it's prepending it instead of appending it. Okay, so I've solved it in 2 different ways. One going from the end of the string to the beginning, one going forward and backward. Let's try solving it in place. Meaning we're going to modify the input string. So right now, I solved it with a brand new variable, right? I have this output variable, and as I iterate, I'm appending or prepending to that variable, but it's a brand new variable. Input is not changed at all. Let's solve it without a new variable. So I have to get rid of output, and actually I'm going to solve this one with pseudocode because the algorithm is completely different for doing it in place. So in the case of doing it in place, I don't need a new variable because we're doing it in place. I do want to iterate. I think the way we're going to do it is we're going to iterate. Let's think about this. So if we go H-E-L-L-O, that needs to become O-L-L-E-H. If I, one at a time, if I take H and then put it on the end, and then I take E and I put it on the end, and I take L and put it on end, and I take L and then put it on the end. We need a loop that goes to length -2. I can't even think. How am I going to do this? I don't know. Let's see. So I think we're going to iterate up to input length -2. Because when we reach the last character, we have when we reach the last character, it is now at the beginning, so we don't need to modify it. So I think that's why I'm going length -2. For each character in the string, I will replace the input with the current letter at the end. So input equals input without the first letter, and then with the current letter at the end. I think that's how we'll do that. Yeah, even I am having a hard time thinking about this. And then now we can return the input because we modified the input. I'm going to do my best to solve this. I'm probably going to open up Twitch chat, and because I'm live on Twitch right now, I didn't mention that, but I'll open up Twitch chat. Somebody will show me what I did wrong. All right, so I want a for loop. I think this is just going to be a regular plain old one that goes from I equals 0, while I is less than input.length minus 2? Minus 2, because we don't want to look at the last value. And then I increments by 1 on each iteration, like this. Now, replace the input with the current letter at the end. So I think what I want to do is I want to say input equals, right here, I need the input without the first letter. How are we going to do that? I don't know yet. Without the first letter. Stop it. Without the first letter. Plus input at I. No, and actually, no, it's just, okay, now that I think about it, it's just input at 0. If we're constantly taking the first one and putting it on the end, we only ever need I to be 0. So instead of a for loop, I guess we don't use the I value. We just use 0. So take the first letter, put it on the end. Take the first letter, put it on the end, because we're overwriting itself like this. Okay, now, how do I get the input without the first letter? There's a couple of ways to do it. There are built-in string methods. I did say don't use built-in methods because I could use substring. And if I say substring with 1, that will actually give me the string without the first character. And then we're going to take that first character and put it on the end. Let's just see if this works. If this works, I'm actually going to write my own function that does this, so I'm not using built-in functions. But let's see if this works. Now, we get something completely messed up. I mean, honestly, I guess if I go to length -1, there we go. It was length -1. If I was in an interview, I don't know if I would have passed by now. But if we go up to length -1, oh no, that's wrong. I have that wrong. You know what? I'm gonna let somebody in Twitch chat solve this because I can't even think through it right now. I failed the interview, but that's fine. That's fine because I'm gonna practice. I'm also gonna look at someone's Twitch chat solution where they do it in place. The last way I will show you is with more built-in methods. Things like split, reverse, and join. And this is probably the most common way you'll see this solved in JavaScript. But I would argue you should be able to solve it one of these two ways because this is almost language as agnostic, right? We're solving it with JavaScript, but the solution in this way looks very similar in C++, in Java, and C#. This is almost like a universal solution because we're thinking about it in terms of strings and iteration. If you use the built-in methods, it's kind of like a JavaScript-specific solution. So let's do it, but let's do it with built-in methods. So it's usually a one-liner, and what we need to do is reverse is a built-in method to arrays in JavaScript. So if you have an array, you can call reverse, and that will reverse it in place. Strings don't have that function. So in order to use that reverse method, we need to first convert this string into an array. There are multiple ways to do that. The common way is to use the split method. So if I split on the empty string, that's going to convert this string into an array of strings, or an array of characters, essentially. If I use now the built-in reverse function, that's just going to reverse the array, right? So now I have a reversed array. And then lastly, I need to convert it back into a string. So I'm going to do a join on the empty string. So I take that array, turn it back into a string, and finally I have this solution here. But I would argue that, like, if you just do it this way and you don't understand what's happening here, an interviewer is going to grill you. An interviewer might even be, oh, I want you to implement a reverse function, and both of these essentially are a reverse function. I guess the last thing I'll show is the other ways to turn a string into an array. Like, instead of split, you actually could use the spread operator. So the spread operator takes an iterable, turns it into an array, and then we have access to that array method reverse. So this will work in a similar way. The other thing you could do is you could actually potentially call the reverse method on the string. I'm going to try this. It's probably not going to work. And then we're going to take a look at Twitch chat to see the kind of solutions that they came up with. So I think if I do something like array.prototype.reverse, and let's say I want to call that on this input. Cannot assign to read-only property 0 of object. Yeah, so if I want, this doesn't work because this is trying to, basically strings in JavaScript and in most languages are immutable. You can't overwrite. You basically have to create a new version of the string, which is what I was trying to do in my in-place reversal. So you can't do this. So I won't call that. All right, this was a weird one. Hopefully you learned a little bit about iterating up versus iterating backwards, and also you learned a little bit about these array methods. Twitch chat, here I come. I'm going to pull open the Twitch chat now. Please tell me, and I want to see someone's solution. How did you solve this? By doing an in-place search. Okay. Did we want length divided by 2? Maybe we did. Everyone was like, wrong, you're wrong. Swap the characters in the middle. I guess swapping could have been the other way to go, right? Yeah, so if you swap, that's a good way to think about it, right? So if you swap H and O, that's how you could do an in-place in-place reverse. Swap the H and the O, swap the E and the L, and then the L stays in the middle. If it's an odd number. If it's an even number, then you would swap each one. That makes sense. Swapping the beginning and the end. I like that. All right, do I have any solutions in the chat that are an in-place reversal? Here we go. CodeBrains has one. Let's check it out. So, I see. So basically, in order to do the in-place, you turn it into an array first. And like that was the issue that I ran into when I was trying to do array prototype reverse call. It couldn't replace on the string because strings are immutable. But if you turn it into an array first, then you have the reversal. I'll be honest, all of these single letter variable names are hard to read, but L is, I guess, the current place we're at. R is going to be the total length. So while the current place is less than the length, the current character is the array at that index. The array at the next index equals the array at the end, and the array... I can't. Does anybody have another one? I could probably figure this out if I like change the variable names, but it is hard to read with single variable names. Let's see what Blue Hippie has for us. Is this a recursive reverse? Wow. Okay. So we have a function, takes in the string and the current index that we're on. If we're at the end, then return the string at that index. Otherwise, do the recursive call with the string and the next index, so index plus 1, and append all of that to the string at the current index. I talked through this code. I'm not even going to pretend like I understand what's actually happening, but I did talk through it. Recursive code is pretty hard for me. All right, let's see what else you got. L is left. I see. So you have a pointer moving from the left, and then R is the pointer moving from the right. Okay, that makes more sense to me because what we were talking about earlier is you need to swap those two and then swap those two. That makes sense. You have two pointers. You have a pointer on the beginning and the end, and then you move it in by one and you swap them, and then you move it in by one and you swap them until you've reached the middle. That makes more sense. So we have the left pointer and the right pointer. While the left pointer is less than the right pointer, because the moment the pointers are equal to each other, we don't need to swap them because either it's an even length array or we're in the middle and that character stays there. So the current character is the one on the left. The array at the left one equals the array at the right. And also, so we're kind of abusing the plus plus here. So if you didn't know, when you increment a variable like this, and you do it inside of access, it's actually going to use the current value of L for the access. And then after the access, it increments. So this is basically just shorthand for array at L equals array at R. And then after that, saying L plus equals 1. And then similarly, the array at R equals the one at left. So this is like your standard swapping algorithm, and then decrement R. We're getting there. Chad is way smarter than me. All right, let's see what Mark Boots has. We have a string that gets spread into an array. We map over that and call pop, which should remove the last value in the array. And then we use the rest of the array. Does this work? These are all crazy. Yeah, and so PhD Horrible also has a recursive variant. Let's see. Yeah, it's like slightly different. I mean, honestly, like these solutions are so hard for me to read with single letter variable names. Yeah. Yeah, the problem with Unicode. Yeah, we're not even thinking through Unicode at this point. Oh, heck no. All right. So can anyone write the actually, I'll do this. I'm going to convert this into a slightly more readable version. And then I'm going to end the video here. Let's see what Timon did. Whoa. Okay. Replace in string. Reverse. Wait. Okay. Oh, this, I see. Timon wrote a reverse function that works with Unicode characters. Because our solutions probably don't work with Unicode characters. Okay, fine. That's awesome. Thank you everyone for your submissions. That was actually really cool. I'm happy to see how other people solve it. You can also see, like, I know a little bit. Some things are like way beyond me, but let's do this. We're gonna take this solution and write it slightly more readable. And I think I'll also try to write it with using strings instead of an array with like the substring function. I think that makes a little bit more sense at this point. So we have reverse string. It takes in the input. We have CodeBrain solution that does this. We do array.from. And this can actually be a const because we're not overwriting the declaration. And then we want to say array.from with the input. Now, I will say array.from actually does have better support for Unicode. Not that we even care about that right now, but if you're in a more advanced interview and they're like, well, array spreading actually doesn't support Unicode, what's a better way? Array.from actually does. I've dealt with this before when parsing Twitch emotes in a message. But basically that takes input, which is a string, which is an array-like value, and turns it into an array. I'm going to call this array. I'll call this array input, just to be clear. Then we have our left pointer. So left starts on the left-hand side, which is 0. And then we have our right pointer, which starts on the array input on the end. Now we have a while loop that goes while left is less than right. Easy. We'll call this temp, because basically this is our, when you're implementing a swapping algorithm, honestly, this could be its own programming problem, is how do you swap two values? Basically, you need to keep one of them in a variable so that you can use it later on. So we have our temp variable, which is our array input at the left. So in the instance of hello, that's going to grab the H, and we're putting that into temp. Then we have our array input at the left, and we're going to replace that with our array input on the right. So what that would do is that would put O over here on the H, right? But if you did that replacing, now you lost the H, but you didn't because you put it in temp. And so now we can say array at the right is equal to that temp value. So basically take that O, put it right here, and then take the temporary value and put it where that O is. And then you end up with OELLH. Great. After all of that, increment your variables. So left plus equals 1 and right minus equals 1, like that. And then finally, we can return array input dot join. So join that array all back together into a string. we've done it. I took CodeBrain's solution and I rewrote it a little bit, but this is how you would do the in-place sort. I think I'm going to stop here because we've been going for a while, but you potentially could rewrite this as like not in place, but basically overwriting input on each iteration. There would be a way to do that. I would say if you have that solution, let me know in the YouTube comments. Post a link to a gist, and we can take a look at how you do it. Where essentially you're not using an array, but you're just like replacing the input value using like substring or something like that. All right, that's it for today's Daily Programmer. I think we went a little bit longer than we had meant to, but this was fun and a good exploration of reverse string. And I would reiterate that you should be able to solve this problem without split reverse join. Like this is just classic. I'm a programmer, not I'm a JavaScript programmer or a C# programmer or whatever else. I know how to use loops. I know how to use strings. You should be able to solve it that way. Okay, thank you for watching. Tune in tomorrow for the next Daily Programmer, and definitely come over to Twitch so you can hang out and show me your solutions whenever I'm doing one of these videos. See ya. That was rough, but we're gonna leave it in. Yeah. Why not left pointer, right pointer? Yeah, I think at that point it's really just variable names, but you could call these left pointer, right pointer. Scene. Yeah. But I think here's the other thing. Like the chaos of what just happened there is also potentially enticing for people that watch on YouTube, because they're like, oh, he's actually live right now and I could go watch him live. Oh, thank you, Simjos. I appreciate that. Calculate right on the fly with length minus left. Oh, that would make sense too. Yeah, then you wouldn't necessarily need a right variable. You could just do length minus left here and then only increment left. Yeah, I like that. With a reduce. Ooh, I like that. Turn it into an array. And then, yeah, I mean, basically this is this solution here, but with a reduce instead, right? Because we're prepending the input to the output. Yeah. I don't think I clicked on these. Let's just see. This isn't going to be in the video, but happy to look at it. But yeah, I think that's another thing is doing it in a while loop instead of a for loop. Yeah, and then you're incrementing I and subtracting that from the length. Cool. And then PhD Horrible has weird for loop shading. Oh yeah, so you were talking about, I think there's a comma in there. Yeah, basically you can abuse the comma operator and like do multiple things inside of the for loop itself. At this point, we're reaching code golf territory, right? That line 4. So while output.length does not equal input.length. Is this what you were pointing at, Marfriend? Because this is really just like iterate until the output is the correct length. Yeah. And later in the job, you never need to reverse a string. Yeah, but again, I think that like the point that I was trying to make is like, people hire programmers, and programmers know how to write loops. That said, I mean, in the real world, you might use more methods than not, but like knowing the basics of like iteration and string manipulation and stuff like that, I think makes a lot of sense. I don't know. All right. Right here, I'm going to add a thanks. Cool. That is episode 1. What's that, Thunderblaze? Welcome in. Let's do episode 2. And I have to pick a problem for episode 2. While length, subtract the length. Yeah. It shows you understand the process of iterating, which is important. Yeah, and that's why I kind of like really talked about understanding what each of these things in a for loop do, because having taught beginners before, this is where people have the for whatever reason. I don't know if just like the the learning materials on for loop is just not very good. But it's like most beginners just gloss over what's actually happening in a for loop and don't understand what's happening in each of these sections. But yeah, okay. We got episode 1. Now episode 2. Episode 2, I want something similar, almost like count the characters in a string. But I looked up like really common like beginner-ish questions. I'm gonna go look those up right now. Can you check again if the replace in string method without array functions? What am I looking at? What does replace in string do? So this takes in the item itself, the index. I'll be honest, Timon. I don't know what's happening here. I mean, I guess this looks for Unicode characters. So I didn't try create T3 app today, but the last time I did Nuxt, I tried T3. True. Yeah. I think this is another good point. Like, it's all the stuff that, like, it's when things do get complicated, like, most of the time as JavaScript developers, we write things in a way that handles everything in memory and like we have access to the data all at one time. But in the real world, that isn't always the case. Like, imagine dealing with like 1 million database records. You're not going to load all of that into memory. You're going to look at a few at a time. And that requires streaming, which requires iteration. But yeah. First if in the first half, then replacement, and lastly the second half. I see. So it's like you're here, and then the thing you're replacing. I don't know. All right, I'm going to look up Fizzbuzz alternative questions. They use this keyword and everything. Yeah, it's just, at this point, this keyword is just a little bit outdated with the emergence of like arrow functions. But I mean, the code still works with this keyword. It's just not people don't do it as much. Happy New Year, Swede CS:GO. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Real developers create a serverless function in the cloud to reverse strings and cache the result in a NoSQL database. Yeah. I think this is the one that... Yeah. So we did reverse a string. Reverse a sentence could be cool. Honestly, I want to get away from reversing. You're seeing the limits of my knowledge when it comes to reversing. This is it. We're going to find the minimum value in a list. That's Daily Programmer Day 2. Yeah. Find the minimum value in an array. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's the reason why we've tried to get away from using this keyword. Sure, yeah. But it's really like, it used to be like most JavaScript programmers coded in that way. So it's like, yeah, I mean, and I get why we don't really do it as much anymore, because it definitely can get confusing, because this changes depending on where the code is running, depending on like the execution context, for sure. Okay, let's do it. So what do you need to know to be able to solve this problem? Really, just iteration and loops, and then comparison? Number comparison? Find the minimum value in an array of numbers. Math. Yeah, so we're doing, this video is going to get published on Friday. Yeah. And again, like, you can solve it this way, but I would argue you need to be able to solve it with loops. You'll be baffled how many beginners I've seen try to solve this with a nested for loop. I think technically you can solve it with a nested for loop, but you don't need to. You can do it in a single iteration, and I kind of want to show that. So, yeah. Find min. 1, 2, 3. This returns 1. Find min. -10, 42, 18, 37, 99, -100. That returns -100. And also, like, let's try like an array of all negative numbers. -1, -2, -3. The minimum here is -3. And then we're just going to write our own problem description of this. So given an array of numbers, return the minimum value in the array. Note, try to solve this first without math.min. Cool. Output the index. I'm not opposed to people using math.min because, again, I think people should know that solution, but I also think you should be able to solve it without it. So be able to solve it both ways. And I'm not going to prevent you from using math.min, but yeah. Yeah. All right, here I go. I'm going to try to do this again. I guess, honestly, I should have a timer going because I think that last one was probably like 20 minutes long. It's a little bit too long. I'd prefer if these daily programmers were like around 15 minutes. So I'm definitely going to time myself on this next one. Okay, here we go. Bumblebee, bumblebee. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Daily Programmer Episode 2, where we're going to be talking about finding the minimum value in an array of numbers. So I rank this as a beginner problem because if you know iteration and loops, I guess the other thing I missed here is array access. So at this point, now we're dealing with lists. It's not strings anymore. We're dealing with lists. So you need to be able to iterate, you need to be able to access values in an array, and you need to be able to compare numbers. So basic greater than or equal to types of comparisons. The problem description says, given an array of numbers, return the minimum value in the array. And I'll note, try to solve this without math.min first. And so, for example, if we have our function find min, and it takes in 1, 2, and 3, I'm going to start over because I forgot to put this in my in my JavaScript file. I don't want to fumble doing that here. So yeah, this needs to go away. We need that. We need console.log right there, and there, and there, and then we need a function find min. Like this. All right, this is ready to go. I see your comment, PhD Horrible, but we're assuming it's always an array of numbers. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Daily Programmer Episode 2, where we're going to be solving find the minimum value in an array of numbers. So I classify this as a beginner problem because if you know how to do loops, you know how to do array access, and you know how to compare numbers, you can solve this problem. And the problem says, given an array of numbers, return the minimum value in the array. And I'll note, you should try solving this without math.min first. For example, if we have a function called findMin that takes an array that has 1, 2, and 3, we need to return 1 because that's the smallest value in the array. Again, if we have findMin with all of these numbers, we need to return negative 100 because that is the smallest number. And if we have an array that has all negative numbers, we need to return the smallest negative number, in this case, which is negative 3. Here we go. So I will solve this first with pseudocode, that is, just explain it in human words how I'd solve it. Again, if I'm a person that looks at this list, let's say I'm not even a programmer, and I see the numbers 1, 2, and 3 on a piece of paper. How can I tell which one is the minimum? In my head, I've just compared them all, right? Like I start at 1, and I'm like, that's the minimum I've seen so far. I look at 2, well, 1's still the minimum. I look at 3, 1's still the minimum. All right, 1 is now the minimum. Now, and same thing, if I was doing this in my head, I'd be like, okay, negative 10, definitely the minimum. That's still smaller, so still negative 10, still negative 10, still negative 10, still negative 10. Oh, there's a negative 100. That's the lowest, the minimum, and then I'm done. So if you think about like how do I take that thought process and turn it into code, that's what I'm going to do now. So what I need is a place to store the minimum. And I'm actually going to initialize this to the first value in the array. So we'll say initialized to the first value in the array. Because again, if we're doing it the same way I'm doing it in my head, it's at this point those are the first ones that I've seen, right? And after I look at the first one, then I start looking at the others. So in my mind, to solve this, we're going to have a variable that has the minimum value, which is the first one in the array. And then we're going to iterate from the second value to the end of the array. So iterate from the second value to the end of the array. So because we already looked at the first and we're already assuming that that's the lowest one we're ever going to see, then we start looking at every other value after that. And then it's just a simple comparison. So if the current value is less than the current minimum, set the current minimum to the current value. And instead of current minimum, we'll just say minimum. So if the current value we're looking at is less than the minimum, set it. Otherwise, do nothing. So in the case of where we're looking at this list, if I look at negative 10, I stored that as my first, my minimum value to begin with. And then I start iterating from here. And then I say, is 42 less than negative 10? It's not. Keep going, keep going, keep going, all the way till we get here. It is. And then I would set the minimum to negative 100 in that case. At this point, after I've done my iteration, I can just return the minimum, return the minimum. Cool. So this is how I'm going to solve it. Let's actually turn this into code. So a place to store the minimum, initialized to the first value in the array. So here I'm just going to have a value called minimum, and this is going to be numbers at 0. So that's going to give me the first value in the array. Then I need a loop that goes from the second index to the end. So this is just going to be a for loop. We start I off at 1. Because it's 0-based index. So instead of starting at 0, because we already handled that, we started at 1. We then go, well, I is less than numbers.length. And so that will go all the way until the end. So in this case, the length is 3, but I want to stop at index 2 because it's 0, 1, 2. So when I is 3, that is not less than 3. It's equal. So we break out of there. So that's the condition that I want. And then on each iteration, I'm going to increment I by 1. Now, here comes our logic. If the current value is less than the minimum, set the minimum to the current value. So if numbers at I, so that's the current value, if that is less than the minimum, the one that we already would know is the minimum, overwrite it. So now minimum is numbers at I. Okay, so that's going to go through every single number, and then anytime it's lower than the minimum, we're overwriting the minimum, so that way the next number we see, if it's smaller than the minimum, it overwrites it. And finally, we can just return the minimum. So here we go, return minimum. Awesome. I'm going to start up Quokka, which runs the code inside my editor, and we can see how well I did. So here, this returned 1. Here, this returned -100, and here, this returned -3. So I've done it right. Awesome. Let's look at a few other ways how you might do this. Now, a lot of people actually don't reach for this. So the fact that I put the first number in the array into minimum, a lot of people actually won't do this, and I'll show you what they do instead. And this is a completely valid solution, but I don't like it as much because it uses negative infinity, specifically for finding the minimum. So what people will do instead is they'll initialize minimum to be a negative infinity. So infinity is a value built into JavaScript, and you can do negative infinity. And so basically, we are assuming minimum is the smallest number we have never seen. Actually, no, we do it in the opposite direction. Assume minimum is the biggest number we've ever seen. Assume minimum is infinity. Because as I look at each number, it's going to be less than infinity, because infinity is like the biggest number. But now I can just start my loop at 0 and then compare every number from there. This should give us the same result, but all we've done is initialize this to infinity because we know all of these numbers are going to be less than infinity. For the most part. It's possible that somebody might pass in infinity, and if that's the case, then I would actually use this solution. But you do see people solve it in this way as well. Cool. Now let me show you the math.min version of this. And this requires a little more knowledge of like function invocation and the spread operator. It's a little bit trickier, but you will see people implement it this way. So let's look at it. So math.min is built into JavaScript, but it just accepts a list of numbers. So if I pass in 1, 2, and 3, it's going to return 1, right? If I pass in all of these values, it's going to return -100. If I pass in all of these values, it's going to return -3, right? But how do I do that dynamically, right? Because if I just pass in the numbers array, it's going to complain. It's like, I don't want an array. I want you to pass in each individual number. So, right, let me pass in numbers. This just gives me back nan. So how do I take an array and pass each value into math.min? You spread it. So by using this spread operator, that basically takes every value in the array, and then it's like calling math.min with each individual value from the array. Before the spread operator exists, we also had a way of doing this, which was, is it apply or is it a bind? I think it's apply. So math.min, we want to apply to the null and then the numbers array like that. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Is numbers? Oh, because I spelled numbers wrong. Like that. There we go. And so this solves it in the same way. But basically, this spread operator is a nicer way of writing this. Okay. I think, again, like you could use math.min instead of the less than comparison here. So let's actually solve it that way as well. Just to show you kind of really what would be happening internally to math.min when you pass in a bunch of values. So if I were to do this, and instead of doing this comparison, so if the value is less than that, reassign it, this could just be a one-liner that says minimum is equal to math.min of the current minimum and the current number, like this. And this should solve it in the same way, but this is kind of what's happening internally when you pass all of those numbers, because it needs to compare each one to every other one. But this gives us the same result. So 1, -100, -3. But basically, we're just reassigning minimum to be the minimum between the current minimum and the current value itself. So this is how I would find the minimum value in an array of numbers. And again, I would argue you should be able to do this without math.min. And I would argue that I like this solution that doesn't use infinity. You're open to use whichever one, but I like this solution. Now I'm going to open the Twitch chat. If anyone in the Twitch chat has a solution that they did that they'd like to share, I'll pull it up on screen. And also, if you have any issue or questions about the solutions that I've written so far, let me know. So let's see. Here I come, Twitch chat. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Oh, do it with a reduce. This would be good to do. Yeah. So actually, I'm gonna so this is again, if you saw last episode, people send me really hard to read solutions. We'll solve it with reduce, but we'll make it a bit more readable. But basically, we're reducing an array of numbers into a single value, which is the minimum. So we'll definitely do that. Thank you for your solution, Mark Boots. All right, let's see what Zyrus has. Yeah, so they initialized it to infinity. And so this is another thing that, I mean, honestly, maybe it's because I'm an older JavaScript developer. I never got used to using for of or for in. I almost always use regular for loops. But JavaScript does have this kind of for loop called an for of loop, and it basically just instantly gives you access to every value in that array. And in this case, it's always going to iterate from the 0th index to the end. So you do need a situation where you're using infinity, because basically for of is like the same thing as this, but basically you just have a variable called value that is number, or it is the array numbers at that index. So this is pretty nice. It actually reads really nicely, but for whatever reason, I always forget to use this versus a regular for loop. I would argue, though, that you should know how to do a regular for loop because you're going to come across those, but good call. And then, yeah, the same logic applies. And then they also did it with the reduce. We'll show that that solution as well. All right, CodeBrains, what do you got for me? All right, if the array is undefined, just return nan. I like that. So yeah, I think another thing about a lot of these solutions we've created is we're not doing any sort of error checking. We are assuming that we're always going to get an array of numbers. In the real world, you might not. So you could guard against that. But for our solutions, we're assuming we're always going to get an array of numbers. This is another good solution. I didn't think about this. So instead of using infinity, you can use number.maxValue. So this will give you the maximum possible integer, or yeah, I think maximum possible integer in JavaScript. And you use that as a replacement for infinity. And then they used a for of loop in a similar way. Very good, very good. All right, I'm only going to click just links. Only just links. Use for of, yeah. Without infinity, just init to the first value of the array and start the index at 1. Yeah, and that's my first solution. This is my preferred solution, is to do it that way. Is max safe integer the same? I don't know, and I'm not even going to look it up, but you can look it up. So if there's max value and max safe integer, there might be some slight differences there. Sort. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is a solution that I didn't do, but yeah, thank you, Hushu and whoever suggested it before. Let's actually show that, because it's possible, instead of doing this iteration here, sort the array and then just return the first value in that sorted array, because after it's sorted, you know that it's like from least to greatest or greatest to least. That's actually definitely another solution we could do. So I have a function find min. It takes in the numbers, and we can say numbers.sort. Now, if we look at this and we look at our example here, if we do the default sort, it breaks for negative numbers. So negative 100 is actually less than negative 10, but you can see by just using sort by itself, it didn't work. And that's because it actually, under the hood, only sorts strings by default, and technically the Unicode string negative 10 is less than negative 100. All of that to say, you need to actually pass in a comparison function of A and B. The shorthand way to write this is A minus B, and then that will do the sort in the right way, where negative 100 is the least one there. But really what's happening here is if A is less than B, then A should come before B in the sort order, so we return negative 1. If A is greater than B, it should come after B in the sort order, so we return 1. If they were equal to each other, we return 0. And so that gives us the same result. But basically, if we just return A minus B, that's a shorthand for this. Like, it won't be negative 1 and 1, but it will be a negative number and a positive number. But basically, sort the array from least to greatest, and then grab the first one. So after it's sorted, we know, and then we can just grab the first one. Yeah. Now, I would argue, once you start getting into more complex operations and longer array of numbers, this is not as performant. Now, we haven't really even talked about performance or memory usage in any of the daily programmers yet, but it's important to know that sorting is not free. And the solutions we have so far just iterate up to the length of the number, up to the length of the array. Easy. A sort operation potentially has to compare every value to every other value. So that's going to be more than a single iteration. So that is something to think about as well. So sort the array, grab the smallest one. The other option would be sort, and this sorts the array from least to greatest. So if we also sort the array from greatest to least, and to do greatest to least, we just swap this. Now, instead of grabbing the first one in the array, we want to grab it at the end. So we could use this JavaScript method at -1, and then so we sorted least to greatest, grab the one on the end, and I messed that up like that, and then we get the right answer. There's a recursive solution. I think it probably would be similar to like math.min, because it's recursively calling itself with the previous array minus the first value in the array, right? Let's see what Timon has, and I think we'll end it there. It is really fun to see all of these solutions, though. Oh yeah, I did say I was going to do it with a reduce. All right. I'll solve it with a reduce, and then we're going to end it there. But yeah, that also is funny. Is CodeBrains is posting the solution. Is this the is it math.min? Oh, I see. This is the implementation of mathmin. So if you're wondering how the Chrome JavaScript engine V8 actually implements math.min, there it is. There's the solution. Okay, so we're going to implement this using a reduce, and then we will we'll call it there. This has been a good episode so far. Thank you, everybody, for your suggestions and everything else. Now, in order to turn this into a reduce, I'm actually just going to rewrite this one as a reduce, because reduce can be really hard to wrap your mind around. So I always like to start, once I got used to reduce, I just start with reduce. But if you're not used to reduce, I recommend solve it without reduce first and then turn it into a reduce. So basically, I have a loop that looks at every number in the array. In this case, I can say numbers.reduce. This is going to give us the accumulator. In this case, we're accumulating the minimum. And then we get each individual value. And we just want to return the minimum and the current value. And really, I mean, you could actually, to convert it, you could put this logic inside of the reduce, but we'll do this. So instead of numbers at I, we can just use value. So if the current value is less than the minimum, return that value. Otherwise, return the current minimum, like this. And then we can just return this whole thing, like this. And so what this does is it's going to look at every number in the array. Because we're reducing over an array of numbers, I actually don't need to pass in an initial value to the reduce. You could, though. You could say numbers at 0, and then you could do numbers.slice1. So basically create a copy of the array without the first value and start the reduce off with the first value. This is going to result in the same thing. But a reduce without an initial value just uses the first value in the array. So it's exactly what we want, because we want it to start with either 1, -10, or 1. And then we just have our logic inside. And basically, the accumulator is the minimum. The thing we're returning on each iteration of the reduce is what we think the minimum value is. And then ultimately, we just get the minimum value. So that ends up working out like that. And again, you saw my solution using math.min, because it would look very similar. So basically, instead of doing the comparison ourselves, we just return math.min of minimum and value like that. And that should return the same answer as well. Okay, we definitely got a little bit deeper and a little bit more advanced in this episode, but hopefully you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. Definitely come watch over on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch right now. You can provide suggestions and also ask questions while I'm solving these types of problems. So we'll see you in the next one. Have a good one. That was weird. I don't normally say have a good one. I think it's fine though. How to find the second minimum in the list. Yeah, like that gets even like that gets trickier, right? Because now you're keeping track of two things instead of one thing. We'll leave that for a future episode. Only Safari is the only JavaScript engine that does tail call optimization. You can look at the Kangax compat table for ES6 because tail call optimization was introduced in ES6, but look at this. No one supports proper tail call optimization except for Safari. And I don't know what XS6 is, but it is the only JavaScript engine. And I guess not Safari specifically, whatever the JavaScript engine is inside of Safari. The only write and performant is classic for loop, math.min and for each for big numbers of numbers. Yeah. I mean, it's not the only right one, right? Because it all comes down to, what if you really are only doing this for 100 numbers, even 1,000, even with 1,000 numbers, this is going to execute almost immediately. Like, you don't really need to worry about that kind of thing. But if it's in back-end code and you're really trying to optimize it, maybe it does matter. But seem natural? Okay. Is it WebKit's the rendering engine? It's the thing that Bun is written on top of, whatever JavaScript engine is that is. Is Firefox better than Chrome for OS X? I just like Firefox because it's from the Mozilla Foundation. And eventually when Chrome gets rid of, what's it called? Manifest v3. It's going to break a lot of ad blockers. So Chrome it's going to be harder to block ads inside of Chrome. And Firefox is not adding it's not removing that from it. Can you explain to me reduce like you're explaining to a child? I got you. I have a YouTube video for it. I do have to go, but I'll show you my YouTube video for it because I have a couple. Actually, just search for coding garden reduce. There's a couple of videos to check out. There's one. Actually, this one will probably explain it better than anything. It's really long, though, because in this stream, I was pairing with a noob, Tony, and basically trying to get someone to understand reduce that barely knows how to code. So that's a good one. In this one, I write reduce from scratch, so that might help you. Seeing what the actual internal implementation is. And then there's another one where I do a quick explanation of reduce. This one probably
let's
won't
talk
help.
about reduce. This isn't the best example of
Shh. You're too loud. Okay. Basically, watch this one first, because it is only 3 minutes long. And if you can understand it from that 3-minute one, great. If you can't, watch this one, because this one actually implements it from scratch. So I think seeing the internal implementation might help. You might also just start here, because I think this one, I also have exercises. So if you watch that one and you look in the description, there is an entire repo on higher order functions. And if you go into the reduce folder, I have an exercises file with like several different problems I want you to solve with reduce. And then you can see me solve it in that video too. So go check that out. And thank you, Olpris, and welcome in. Are you new here? You're not new here. I haven't seen your 7TV paint in the chat before. Yeah, I want to bring it back. I want to do pairing with noobs again. I haven't done it in like 3-4 years at this point. It's gonna happen soon though. I'm getting to a point where I actually have time. And this time I wanna do it with random people. I'll pull in noobs from the community. I was also thinking about this yesterday though, because I think I want to do a video series on code communication, because not everyone has practice with using the proper words for writing code. Because if I say to you, write a function called findMin that takes in numbers as a parameter, and then define a variable called minimum that is equal to the 0th index of numbers, some people have a really hard time converting those words I just said into actual code on the page. So I kind of want to do a breakdown of like assign, declare, arguments, parameters, invoke, all of those common programmer terms. People need to know what I mean when I say that, because at a certain point like you want to avoid saying, okay, type function, type a space, type find min, type an open curly brace, type numbers, type closing curly brace. Like at the beginning, when you're a super noob, you kind of need that, but you need to get to a point where you can take the higher level language and then like turn that into code. So yeah, we need developer vocabulary, like basically describing code. I could just go through even some of my past solutions and have people speak it out loud, right? So tell me, and not even so, and that's two separate things, right? I was about to say, tell me what this code is doing. That's different. Tell me what this code is doing is like you analyze the code and you can say, oh well, this prints fizz if a number is divisible by 3, and it prints buzz if it's divisible by 5. Prints fizz buzz if it's divisible by both. That's like understanding what code is written. You also need to be able to say, this is a function called Fizzbuzz that is defined that takes in as a parameter, defines a results array, has a loop that goes from 1 up to and including in. Like you need to be able to use that vocabulary as well. Which is a whole different thing. Okay, but I'm going to go now. Technical communication, that's what it is. All right, I'm going to go. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. This was super awesome. And if any of the Meteor Dev people are still here, or anybody that came along with the raid, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know some of you have left, but a lot of you dropped follows. A lot of you were still hanging out. That was awesome. I appreciate it. And hopefully you come back. Yeah, okay, so yeah, next stream is going to be on Friday, and it's day 1 of writing actual code. Day 1. So if you check the calendar, this should show you my schedule in your time zone. Friday, we're going to be building a full stack app. That said, we're probably going to be designing a database, right? So like we have this app idea in mind, and we need to basically plan it out. Like what is the data going to look like? What is our minimum viable product, that kind of thing. So we're going to be doing that on Friday. And I'll be revealing what framework we're going to be using. It's either SvelteKit, Nuxt, or Remix. It's probably going to be SvelteKit. But tune in Friday. Tune in Friday to see. Definitely go watch my latest YouTube video. Even if you've already know how to solve Fizzbuzz, it helps with the numbers. I have a TickTok. I did a TikTok. Oh, that's not it. How do I go to my profile? Spoilers. Here. This is crazy. I've already got 1,500 views and 59 followers today. That's exciting. So go follow me on TikTok if you haven't. I also created, well, I didn't create an Instagram. I'm finally using Instagram. I had this Instagram account for the longest time with this little hello friends console log picture, but I posted that same short over on Instagram, so follow me there too. And then let's see how my tweet was doing. So I don't know if people actually do this, but I uploaded my short as a Twitter post. Someone commented, the video looks great on Twitter. Cool. Oh, thank you. I haven't heard from Kaizen in a long time. I gotta respond to him. Yeah, possibly Code Brains. That's all right with me. At least the viewership numbers are up. Okay. All right, let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. And also come up with your own raid message. I don't know who we're going to raid, but whoever we raid, drop a follow if you like what they're doing. And we'll see you on Friday. Right? Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. So we're gonna go raid Code Miko. I don't know if you've seen her before, but she is a digital character controlled by the technician. She's watching a movie right now. So we're gonna go hang out over there and watch that movie with them. But be sure to say hi. All right.